Audio check. Okay, here we are. Welcome in, y'all. Happy Friday to those who are celebrating. Hey, SNES. Thanks for the lurk. Hope work is going okay. Just gotta clean my glasses here, and then I'm ready. I'm a few minutes late, sorry, but not nearly as late as yesterday, so... Feeling much more prepared and on the ball today than yesterday. Alright, now I can see not through a cloud. Let's get switched over. We got some stuff to chat about. How are we doing today, folks? Welcome in. What's new? I suppose if most of you were here yesterday, there's probably not much new to share, but let's hear about it. It's Friday, which doesn't really mean a whole lot for me, other than, you know, I'm streaming. Sorry, one thing real quick. One thing real quick, one time. All right. So yesterday was day 1/day 0 with .hack quarantine, making today day 2. And a couple things with that. If you were here yesterday, you know there was a little bit of shenanigans and funkiness. We, as we did with part 3, popped in the OVA DVD, and before watching the OVA, kind of went through the bonus features because there's a lot of cool little nuggets in those on the first 3 OVA discs. And similarly, disc 4 also has some unique little bonus things. Every single disc has different extra stuff, which is very interesting. And there was an entire second OVA on the 4th OVA DVD of a short called .hack Gift, and it was like a chibi parody of both .hack sign anime and the games, in like a very kind of like absurdism filler episode type vibes, and also a completely different style of animation that looks like 2000s homebrew animation from like the early Flash days, like Newgrounds type stuff. And it was very silly and bizarre and mostly pretty funny. I was definitely ready for it to be over after about 20 minutes because I can't normally watch stuff that's that vibe for that reason, because it's just too goofy for me to enjoy. But unfortunately, because I didn't pre-screen it, I didn't know that there was nudity in it. So there was some surprise, problematic nudity on the stream yesterday. And I'm not like super worried about it or anything. I did unpublish the VOD, but just out of like an overabundance of precaution. But I did do some homework and find out that that short is uploaded in its entirety on YouTube, and is I can't tell if it's age restricted or not, because I am like a age restricted user on YouTube. I pray that that's not on YouTube Kids. but it's not like censored or anything, which I was very shocked by. I did split my recording yesterday between everything that we did before the gameplay and then from where we started the gameplay on. And when it comes time to do VODs for YouTube, I'm going to do two things. I know most of you that watch me here probably don't watch the YouTube VODs because you've already seen them, so I apologize if this is uninteresting to you. But what I plan to do is I'll do another like day 0 VOD for quarantine that will just be the 4th OVA and the other goofy stuff. And then I'm gonna go in and like censor the dot hack gift segments that need to be censored. Not because I think like something would happen to me, which it might, I don't know. But more so just because it's in keeping with like the vibes of my channel. Like I don't, my stream is not for children, it's for adults. But it's also like supposed to be safe for children. You know, like if there was a child in the room with the adult watching the stream is kind of like the vibe, you know, like that's why I don't swear on stream, or talk about like super adult topics, that like aren't child appropriate. I think we talk about a lot of adult topics that wouldn't be interesting to a child or wouldn't make sense to a child, but we don't talk about any adult topics that are inappropriate for children. So obviously that was a segment of my stream yesterday that was not appropriate for children. I firmly believe that if one of the small number of friends that I have that watches my stream that has young children had an incident related to that stream yesterday, I would have already heard about it. So I'm not really worried about that either. But you just never know. So hopefully nobody was offended by that. If you were, I would love it if you let me know or reached out to me. But obviously I had no idea that that was going to happen. And I guess, you know, maybe I could have like pulled the plug on the stream immediately, but I didn't think it was that big of a deal, all in all. Certainly not something I would do again, though. Very interesting conversation to be had for sure. Like, you know, typical anime problem of like the characters being depicted don't look like they're old enough to be depicted that way. And then add on to the fact that those characters are avatars and the person playing the character is a separate person who's also not of age. Really, really not good. Really not good, but you know, Japan thinks about that differently, I guess. I'll let them defend themselves. But certainly not appropriate from an American audience standpoint. Not something I would say is appropriate. It was so unexpected. So unexpected. Anyways, I'm not going to talk any further about that unless I'm prompted to. But other than that, everything was... There was a lot of revelations yesterday related to the plot. And my interest and fervor to rewatch .hack Sign has been boosted to a new level, to the point where it feels not just like a desire, like, oh, I would like to rewatch it, but now I kind of feel like I should. It's feeling more like an imperative. Like maybe there's some stuff that was explained in .hack Sign that is kind of like presumed knowledge for me as a player of this video game, since all the events of Sign take place before this. And I can remember a lot of the broad strokes stuff from Sign, or at least I feel like I can, but it's been a long time. So I feel like it's less of a, I should really make time, that would be nice, to more of a, I need to do that. Like, I feel like I need to have watched all of Sign before I finish this game. So I'm gonna try to make a point to do that and try to kind of like book club it with myself and watch like at least one episode a day. And that should get me there. 'Cause that's like, what, less than a month, and I don't think we'll finish this game in a month. Although I don't know, it'll be kind of close actually. It'll be kind of close because we finished part 1 in 9 streams, and that's basically 4 weeks. So we'll see what happens. When we get to about the 6th or 7th stream of this game, I will put up the next RPG poll, just full stop. Even if it doesn't feel like the game is going to end soon, I will definitely put it up by that point. If the game feels like it's ending sooner than that, even if it's a false alarm, I'll go ahead and put the poll up, because I just want to make sure that I'm not scrambling to get ahead of it. Well, I guess... Hold on a second. There's no reason for me to do that. That's going to be more the cutoff point for me to decide what's on the poll. That's what I'm changing my answer to. Whenever we get to like VOD number 7, or if the game feels like it's ending, whatever comes first, that's when I'm going to finalize what's going to be on the next RPG poll. The RPG poll will not go up until we finish the game, because then we'll have the whole filler arc week to vote. So, I don't know why I got so ahead of myself with that. What's up, Draconics? Welcome in. A few caveats with the next RPG poll. I've said this a few times, but just to reiterate it, the .hack GU games will not be on the next poll. Usually when I do an RPG poll, if there is like a successor to the previous RPG that we played, like a direct sequel or just the next game in a series or spiritual sequel, I'll put that as an option on the poll intentionally so that people can vote for more of the same thing if they really like the last thing. This time I'm not going to do that because I want there to be like a mental divide for me from when I played the 4-parter and when I play GU. I have a feeling I'm going to want to play them soon because I really, really like this franchise. But I'm just not going to go right into it. So if someone's thinking about adding a game to the poll for the next RPG poll with their channel points, if you redeem .hackgu, it's going to get rejected. You're either going to get your points back or you're going to have to pick something else. So don't even try it. So I just wanted to get ahead of that in case me saying it's not going to be on the next poll is making someone be like, oh, yes, it is. You know, it's not going to happen. So, it's rare that I veto something. In fact, I don't know if I've ever done it, but I would veto that. So, you've been warned. What else? Oh, man, big moment. I've been working on an off-stream playthrough of Bravely Second for about 2 years. There's a lot to do in that game. It's a very long game. I'm playing maximum completionist 100% on it, and I don't have a ton of free time to play it, so I just play it in like little chunks here and there as I can. And over the weekend when I traveled, I had a considerable amount of downtime, and I brought it with me, and I had just before the trip, I beat the main game. So I beat the final boss of the story, got the ending. That was actually really good, really, really well done. I was kind of blown away by some of the final story beats. I was very impressed. And then got to the post game. And so during my trip, I basically did the whole post game, which is 3 bonus dungeons, and the biggest work of the post game from a completionist standpoint is completing bestiary entries. So the way that the bestiary works in Bravely Default and Bravely Second is the first time you encounter an enemy and you defeat it, you can't just see it and then run away. But the first time you encounter an enemy and defeat it, it gets added to your bestiary, but the entry is not complete. You get like the initial like picture of them and like one little text blurb. And in order to complete the bestiary entry for a particular enemy, you need to defeat it a lot of times. And it varies depending on the enemy, but it's usually anywhere from like, 10 to 30 times that you're going to need to defeat a particular enemy before you have the full bestiary entry with like all the text blurbs and lore. And it's not a bestiary entry like you might traditionally see, where it's like, here are its stats and the items that it drops and what it's weak against and resistant against. It's not like that. It's like a diary. It's like a journal. So you get the picture of the enemy, and then you get like your characters are talking about their experience fighting against it. And then once it's finally complete, you get a second page that's like an omniscient narrator version of that information, where you get like the lore of the enemy. And they're very interesting. But the only ones that you get right away are for bosses, because you can only encounter them one time. So, or any like special enemy, those you get from just one encounter. So when you get to this post-game dungeon, there's a ton of new enemies that you need to grind the bestiary entries for and defeat a bunch of times. But there's also, they set up these 3 bonus dungeons in such a way that across the 3 dungeons, every enemy from the previous part of the game is represented. So there's certain enemies in certain areas that aren't encounterable after a certain point in the game. So if they just left it like that, you would be unable to complete those bestiary entries unless you knew that they were like quote unquote missable, right? So they put all of those back into the post-game dungeons, which is great because I had missed some of them and I needed to clean up a few of those entries. So I was happy that I could do that, but the reason why it sucks is because these post-game dungeons have all of these different enemies that you can counter. The encounter table itself is massive compared to the rest of the dungeons. So like usually when you'd go into a dungeon, there's maybe like 3 to 5 different mobs that you could run into. Mobs meaning like permutations of the different enemies in the dungeon, where it's like, oh, this is the group of 5 skeletons, and this is the skeleton bear zombie, and this is the 3 zombies or whatever, and that makes certain ones harder to grind because, oh, it only shows up all by itself as one in a mob of other enemies, and then other ones are quick because it's like, oh, they show up in a group of 5, you kill them 3 times, you got the whole entry, whatever. But in this post-game dungeon, nobody shows up in a group, everybody shows up single, and they're always like a group of 3 or 4 enemies, all different enemies, because there's like 7 different mobs you can get, maybe 8 instead of the 3 to 5, and then you have to kill them so many times because you're grinding one specific enemy and it's only one of the 3, so you're getting one every battle, and it took a really long time to complete the bestiary. But it's very easy to do. Like, they're not difficult battles, it's just time, running around in a circle and waiting until you get that encounter that you actually need and running from all the other ones. And the game moves very fast. You can use 4x speed in the battle. You can auto run away. You can set it to run away, and then if you see the mob that you want, you basically just press a button to cancel the run before it starts. So it's very like streamlined and well designed to be conducive to grinding this very particular way, but it still takes a long time. So I completed the bestiary and the item decks, because there's basically like a bestiary for items in the game as well. So I was trying to get every single item, every single weapon, every single consumable, every single piece of armor, etc. And I got down to the point at the end of my trip last weekend where the only things left in the entire game were the secret boss. At the very end of the very last post-game dungeon, there is a secret super boss that's the biggest, baddest, hardest thing in the game. And I didn't know what it was or what to expect. So I jumped into it on like the last day of my trip, which was all free time. All I had to do was just kind of like hang out and wait to go to the airport. So I was like, well, I can work on this secret boss. And so I started fighting it and figuring out what it was doing so that I could determine the build that I wanted to use. You know, I was just scouting like we do in RPGs sometimes, and did a lot of attempts, and then kind of like got honed in on a build and knew what I wanted to do. But I was not having great success. And I talked yesterday, I did my hold my hand up until I'm done talking spoilers thing to explain one of the reasons why this boss fight was so hard, or the two reasons why the boss fight was so hard. I'm not going to go through that again. But last night I finally beat it. And it felt so good because there's two pieces of RNG that needed to cooperate, and they did. And then my like updated build was successful, and it was good. So I have now, with a small asterisk, done everything in Bravely Second, and I can retire it. Unfortunately, I can't actually do everything. There's a couple of completionist things that require you to have things happen like over Wi-Fi and Street Pass, which, you know, was a very salient feature at the time, but you literally can't do it anymore. So that kind of sucks. There were these like optional bosses you could pass back and forth. I'll never get the bestiary entries for those. And then weirdly, they created a reward system for tutorials, which is very cool, I guess, where like you would go up and learn how to do a very specific thing in the game. Like not just like how to open the menu, but like how to use this specific ability for this specific job class that's kind of confusing. And I did as many of those as I possibly could, but there's also some of those that are related to Nintendo Wi-Fi connection stuff, and you just can't do them. So I can't get all the checkboxes on the tutorial completion, and I technically can't get all the completion on the bestiary because those optional Street Pass bosses are in the bestiary. So I have everything except them. But other than that, the game is all done. There's also a little mini game that you can do to farm money or just kill time, I guess. And it has a jukebox where you can choose songs from the game to play while you're playing the mini game. It's very relaxing and monotonous. And I technically haven't unlocked all the songs in that jukebox, so I've been goofing around with that. But it's very RNG heavy, and I'm not gonna sweat it if I don't unlock all of them. But I figured I'd peck away at it for a little bit and see if I could get them. There's a couple of them that you can't unlock until after you've cleared the main game, and I hadn't messed around with that mini game until since I had beaten the main game. So, but it feels so good to be done with that game. I feel like my 3DS has been powered on for like months at a time for the last several years basically. And it finally is going to get some well-deserved rest. And my plate is starting to clear up, and I'm thinking about what I want my next like big offline game to be. And I think I might finally do Xenoblade 2. I think that would be sweet. I might push myself to finish Yoshi first, but that's going to take a while, because I was thinking I might want to play Xenoblade 2 on the Switch 2. Not the Switch 2 version, but just my Switch 1 cartridge in the Switch 2. But maybe for the sake of just being able to play it at the same time, I'll just play it on my Switch 1. I don't know. I guess I could like fire it up and, or maybe do some homework and see if there's any difference. But now that we have essentially a Xenoblade 4 announced, even though it's technically not Xenoblade 4, I'm feeling extra behind and like a little bit of FOMO. So maybe I'll finally do Xenoblade 2. I definitely don't want to jump right into Bravely Default 2. I need a break from Bravely. As much as I love that series. And kind of by the same token, I don't think I want to jump into like Octopath 2 either. As much as I feel behind there, because I haven't played Octopath 2 or the Octopath 0 thing. And then Elliot is coming out as well. You know, I don't know how I'll ever catch up there with how long those games take me, but I was thinking I was going to do Dragon Quest IV as my next offline RPG, because I was loving the idea of something like cozy and straightforward after Bravely, and I've been enjoying playing on my 3DS. But now that I know I'm going to get the controller mod after we finish Pokemon, I'm going to wait so that I can play Dragon Quest IV on my TV with a controller, even though it's a DS game. So, not Dragon Quest IV anymore. Probably Xenoblade 2, but I'll have to, you know, give some other things some consideration before I commit to Xenoblade 2. But that's currently the front runner for my next offline RPG. And in case you're wondering, no, there's nothing you can do to make me stream it. Sorry. I would consider streaming it in Discord, in the voice channel, if people were really heavily requesting it, but that's the only concession I'll make. It's not going to be a stream game. For many reasons. Doom, 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 doom. Alright, I've been yapping for 30 minutes. Let's get into the game. The only other thing I want to remind y'all about is that there will be the extended break today at 6 p.m. If you weren't here yesterday to hear me bring that up, I'm flying solo this week. I'm the only adult human in the house. So I gotta take care of the little guy's dinner time at 6 every day. And so all the days that I'm streaming, including today, and all of next week's streams, we will be stopping to take an extended break at 6. It usually takes about 20 to 25 minutes, depending on how quickly he goes. Don't want to rush him. I switch over to the automated Mario Party during those segments, just like we do for ad breaks. It's just longer. You get to see more Mario Party. So if you're hanging out, lurking, that's what you'll get to enjoy during the break. I'm usually in the text chat as BB Austin if you want to talk to me there, or you know, feel like I'm still quote unquote here. But that'll happen today as well. So let's let the music fade out perfectly, and we're gonna go over here and launch the game. Yeah, Forest Medallion is a song check, Draconics. It's true. It's true. That's a Forest Medallion is in my opinion the best starting dungeon reward to get, because you get the free song. Shout out Forest. Best song in Rando is Serenade, or sorry, not Serenade, Minuet. Minuet's the best song to get in Rando, and in my opinion, and Forest is the best medallion to get, because none of the other dungeon rewards singularly give you something. Like Spirit and Shadow do something, and then Forest, Fire, Water does something, but none of them do anything by themselves, except for just Forest. Well, and of course the Three Stones does something as well. Purple screen. All right, we're loading slot 2. I did spend about 20 minutes after stream farming the Virus Core Eye. I did get it, so we're good to go there. But we're gonna recap the entirety of what happened yesterday. I'm not going to recap the video stuff that we did in the Part 0 stream, I'm only going to recap what we actually did after starting the game. So if you were hoping to hear anything about the Outbreak memo or Trismegistus, I won't be speaking about it. What RPGs are in the poll after quarantine? I haven't decided yet, Draconics. I haven't decided. I have kind of like some rough ideas. I just know that it won't be .hack. There will be a tactical option, and there will be 2 other games. That's all we know at this time. But once we get to like stream number 6 or so of this game, I'll start giving it some more thought, because we'll probably be getting close. Okay, so the game opened with, I think, actually the same little cutscene that we got at the beginning of part 3. And I'm assuming that cutscene is there for people who don't carry over a save file and just start at part 2, 3, or 4, because it kind of recaps the events of part 1. Because technically you don't have to import a save file to start these. You can start smack dab in the middle of the story, which is incredibly chaotic, but you could do it. The song is loud. So we kind of get reminded of like Kite's origins and what happens to Orca, and how Kite gets the bracelet from Aura, and that's how he's able to use data drain and hack gates, and all that stuff. Once we actually got into the desktop here, we set up our new wallpaper and music combo for Volume 4. What do you think? I like the idea of having like a visual and auditory memory associated with each volume. So we got rid of the music and wallpaper that we used for Volume 3. Then we read some news. There was a news article about the second network crisis, which was surprising, because I thought that was a past event that already happened, but apparently not. So the public is kind of cagey, panicky about what's going on. You know, it's kind of like a writing on the wall moment. The previous network crisis, there was a virus called Pluto's Kiss that screwed up a whole bunch of stuff in the technology sector, and people are like, it's going to happen again. This is just like before that happened. There's some problems with the Ultimate operating system that everybody uses on their computers to play the world and read news and check their mail. And so people are kind of losing faith in that product because it had a security breach, and it hasn't before. We got a news article, or a board post. Sorry, we went to check the message board after that. We got a board post about this cool new item challenge, where we could earn rewards for registering items in an item index, only for the event to be canceled after we tried to participate. So that was very odd and funny. We got access to the new Omega server. The first time we signed in to Sigma server, because that's where we left off in Volume 3, and Elk was there in the root town, desperately still looking for Mia. Very similar conversations that we've had with him before, where he's like, hey, have you seen Mia? You know where she is, right? Have you seen her? But this time he was like a lot more like frantic and desperate. And we were like, sorry, we don't know where she is. We'll let you know if we hear anything, you know. And he kind of like shuffled away. Then we tried to warp to Omega Town, and we saw this very imposing like staircase, which must be like a trope in Japanese media, because I can think of a lot of Japanese media where the like staircase that seems to typically like resemble or lead to a shrine is used to like symbolize something in a character's journey, whether it's like their death or their greatest struggle or the unknown, you know, and they either like are trying to find that staircase, or they're trying to get to the top and they can never make it, you know. And seems to be associated a lot with like memories or dream sequences or whatever. I don't know, it's a recurring thing that I've seen a lot in like anime and video games that are Japanese. We get there, and it's doing the like glitchy, fuzzy graphical thing that we see in some of the story dungeons, but to a greater degree. And things were so unstable that we actually couldn't stay there. Helba shows up, and Kite and Black Rose, who was just magically there with us, we get warped to what looks at first like Net Slum, which we knew as like a particular keyword in the Lambda server, I believe. But once we get there, she explains that it's actually like a mirror server of Omega. And so we now have this like Omega root town that Helba created. But I guess other players can go there because there's like shops and there's NPCs, or not NPCs, but other players, from our perspective, NPCs, but in the game within a game, they're real people, running around and playing, and you can trade with them and stuff like that. So it looks very different, but it functions the same as the previous root towns. We have this meeting of the minds with Leos and Wiseman and Balmung, Black Rose, Helba, Kite are all there, and we're trying to figure out what the next steps are, kind of just picking up right where Outbreak ended, with the wave being on the move and some activity being detected in Theta server, which wasn't brought up again, kind of weird. And Kite uses this analogy to propose that we use a specific tactic to manipulate the wave, essentially saying like, well, we don't know where the wave is going to go, but we know it's not going to go where we go. So why don't we try to move in such a way that it maybe goes somewhere that's advantageous to us? And they're like, yeah, that sounds like a good plan, I guess. And then Leos says that he's got some more people at CC Corp that he trusts and is going to try to get them to help us, and then tells us this location where he wants us to go investigate, and that's the Bigoted Snowflakes capsule, which we haven't done yet because we had to grind some virus cores. We found an NPC that has an item that we want, and we have no idea where to get the item that they want for it. I wrote that down, and then that was essentially as far as we made it. We prepped for the first dungeon. We wandered around, tried to do that item collection thing, found out it was a bust. Got some new equipment because everybody's got newer, higher level stuff to trade. And then we went to that Primo dungeon to try to farm a Virus Core I. They didn't have it. We left, went back to the root town, and then went to one that we knew that would have Virus Core I, but wasn't able to find one before the end of the stream. But about 20 minutes after the stream, I did end up snagging one. So we have the Virus Core I that we need, and we're going to go right in and go to the new location where we're supposed to investigate. It doesn't look like we have any new like character quests or emails or anything. No new board posts. So we're going right in. And I'm going to assume that this is a plot dungeon. So we're going to bring our plot party of Black Rose and Balmung. We did get some new equipment for Kite yesterday, which is cool, and we made some moves. I'm going to put the Sora's Blades back on. That's still our preference. These owl crests are very intriguing because they have a full party heal spell, and they have good stats. The Fire Lion hood is pretty decent too. Yeah, pretty even trade-off on the Owl Crest. Ideally, that would go to a Wave Master, but really, any of our party members would benefit from it. But Black Rose can use heavy armor, so probably want to give her something that can function a little bit better. So we're going to go over to Omega server here. And then we're going to party up. Balmung.
I'll handle it.
And Black Rose.
Okay.
And I don't think anything that I got yesterday is relevant to them. Whoa, 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 controller. Chill. Alright. We got a really nice Wave Master rod here that we want to give to Elk or... Oh, we need to do some item management. That's right, I'm carrying 40 items right now. That's why all this stuff is grayed out. Alright. Let me take a look, actually. What am I carrying? An Avenger? Is this good? 29. Seems pretty high. Life Drain and Aptorv is really nice. And then some decent skills as well. Because Balmung is Heavy Blade, right? Oh, he's a Blade Master. Black Rose is Heavy Blade. What's up, Halo Killer? Well, how you doing? Wait, is this the same? This is the same weapon. Okay, this is the exact weapon that Black Rose currently has. Nintendo had to pause sales of the multi-region Switch in Japan because of scalpers. Interesting. So, there's two hardware models. I'm assuming you mean the Switch 2. There's two different hardware models, and one of them is region locked to Japan, and the other one isn't. Why would they do that? First of all, why would they do that? And then second of all, how are the scalpers able to, like, make money off of them? Because I would assume the multi-region model is probably more expensive than the Japan-only model. The Japan-only one has been greatly reduced in price. Okay, but that still doesn't explain... That still doesn't explain the scalping. Like, is the region-free Switch 2 in Japan cheaper than, like, a US Switch 2? And they're, like, selling it to people in the US? Like, I don't understand the motivation of the scalpers here. Like, the moral argument aside, I'm trying to understand, like, what they see in it. 519409. We probably give these to both of them, I bet. No. Well, they're both wearing this. Okay. With currency conversion, it's more worth it for scalpers outside to buy it there. Huh. So it's like, okay, is it like people who aren't in Japan are buying these and, like, having them shipped internationally? Is that what they think is going on? Because you would think if that's all it was, they would just stop selling it to people outside of Japan. Because it would be really easy to, like, get a hold of that. Like, if you're buying the multi-region Switch 2 from a Japanese seller, your shipping address has to be, you know, in Japan. Or, like, Asia, you know. They're requiring you to have an account with 50 hours of playtime on the Switch 1. That's such an interesting threshold. And that seems very hard to verify. Okay, well maybe the Tree Beast, we can have the Tree Beast replace the Water Beast. Free to play and demos don't count. Wow. Because yeah, that one is, the Tree Beast is definitively better than this one. So, who has lower defense? Black Rose. Okay, so we're gonna give Black Rose this armor. Here you go.
Hey, you read?
What else we got? This is junk. Okay, what hats are they wearing? Okay. I think these hats are better than them because they are good for physical and magic defense. Whereas this is much more magically skewed. Alright, so let's put some stuff in here. We're gonna keep these. I should give this to one of them. 519409. Oh, she's already wearing this one. I guess it's pretty interchangeable, huh? Yeah, it's not really worth it. Okay, so we'll put that one in storage too. These are going in. These are just money at this point. Those are just money for a rainy day. And we need to use up some scrolls. But we've got a decent amount of inventory space now. 7 slots is good. Prepare to be super sad this year because you want the special edition Xbox that you're sure is going to get scalped instantly. And if they do a limited edition Switch 2, it's going to get scalped instantly. Yeah. That sucks, man. I don't understand, like, with the special edition consoles, especially, why they don't just do open pre-orders. You know, like, game companies love to complain about the problem where they don't know how something's going to sell. You know, oh no, it's so hard to predict. It's so hard to be a game company because you have to just take risks, blah blah blah. And with something like that, they could just easily just make a 3D render and a mock-up, or make a prototype, put a trailer out for it. You could easily announce a release date in the future ahead of time, and start taking pre-orders on the thing, you know? And then at a certain point, it's like, okay, cool. Well, we've got 15,000 pre-orders. Let's make, you know, 20,000 of them. And then there you go. Everybody who wants one really, really bad definitely gets one. You know, it would be like, there's no like capitalistic or logistical barriers preventing them from doing that. But instead, whenever they do something like that, they always just choose an arbitrary number of them to make. And then it's done with. And I think that's really stupid. Like, there's no world where 1 million people pre-order your limited edition console and it's no longer limited and you've, like, you know, eliminated the spirituality of it being limited. And that's what they're trying to avoid. We're about to get hit with an ad, so I'm just going to go ahead and run it before we go to the first dungeon here. I'm going to go feed the pups, and I'll be right back in a few minutes. Thanks for being here, folks. Alright, I'm back. Ooh, Peach got a hidden block. We'll have to wait and see. Alright, welcome back, everybody. Just eating some almonds really quick. Okay. So we're gonna go to our first dungeon here. We tried to jump into this right away. But we needed to farm some virus cores. And we ran out of time. Or actually just one virus core. We have so much E. I'm glad we're finally using some. Here we go. You wonder what they'll do with Jabu Jabu? Yeah, there's so many questions about OOT. I'm trying to just like not think about it, because we talked about this a little bit on Tuesday after the direct, obviously. But like, it's such a stacked deck situation for me. Like, there's so much like nostalgia and bias for me personally working against the idea of an Ocarina of Time remake. So it's already like in a really difficult position. Ooh, icy level. Cool. No cutscene. You know, we're already in a, or I shouldn't say we in this case. Like, I'm in a scenario where it's very unlikely that, you know, the remake will be super successful with me personally because of how biased I am towards the original. Right? Like, there's a lot of very specific things that it would need to do to win me over. And there's not necessarily a lot of incentive for the game to do any of those things. But I'm trying not to think about it too much because I want to, like, I want to put myself in the best possible situation to, like, at least stand a chance of, you know, at least liking the game and wanting to play it. If that makes sense. Oh, we just picked this up. Interesting. It's pretty bad. I'm gonna swap to the Blades of Bond really quick so I can put buffs on everybody. So I'm trying to just, like, avoid thinking about it too much. Like, I'm happy to have the conversation if people ask about it, like, oh, what would you like to see, or what do you think it will do, or what do you think it should do, all that kind of stuff. I'm trying to create as few presuppositions and expectations as possible for myself, so that when we do find out what the game is gonna do, I'm not like, oh, it wasn't what I hoped, you know? So, I'm just trying to be as much wait and see, cautiously optimistic as I can. But obviously I kind of have to maintain my small amount of skepticism. We'll just have to wait and see. My overarching feeling is that, no, you know, I want it to still feel like the original game. But I don't necessarily know what that means for me, you know? Like, there's a lot of ways that could happen that I can't imagine. There's a lot of things that they could do where the game, you know, changes a lot and feels a lot different, but still feels a lot the same. And as long as it, like, still feels like the same game to me, I'll be happy. But if they, you know, if they step outside of that and I feel like it's too far removed from the original, I'll be disappointed. Another company became the major shareholder in From Software and tried to boot the CEO out. Tried to make them safer games? What does that mean? What does safer games mean? Like, safer fiscally? Like, less risks taken and therefore more perceived financial return? Is that what you mean by safer? It's really strange to me that From Software being like one of the most popular and successful developers right now would allow another company to buy a major stake in their company. Like, why would they do that? They've got to be just like raking in money. So why would they even take on a shareholder to that degree? That's so strange. Like, typically you would only take on a major shareholder like that if you like couldn't realize your idea without their money. And that's not a scenario that From Software is likely to be finding themselves in. Because I feel like they could, if they wanted to try something weird and funky, they could do whatever they wanted because they have their laurels to rest on from all these games that people do like. And it's probably arguable that they have taken risks to some degree already. But somebody coming in and buying a major stake in the company to try to like manipulate their business practice is super weird. Like, that just sounds like intentional sabotage. I don't know if I could think of a more if it ain't broke, don't fix it example in the games industry right now. Like, Souls-likes and Soulsborne as a subgenre is like the most prevalent style of game in the like current AAA zeitgeist. So how do you get safer than that? You know? That doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't add up. Also, you know, every corporation's structure is a little bit different depending on how they put together like their structure and their bylaws and stuff. But how is it that a major shareholder would have any ability to like single-handedly like threaten or remove a CEO? That's not how that works. Like, a shareholder is different than like a board member. You know, just because you own a majority stake in the company doesn't necessarily mean that you're sitting on the board of directors. I guess it could mean that you're sitting on the board of directors. But that's who would decide like if a CEO goes or stays. Wait, not Shin. Blades of Bond. That's so weird, Halo Killer. Yeah, I suppose they could have it set up that way. That's so scummy, though, to like... Like, obviously, you've got to be... Well, I guess anybody can just buy shares of a publicly traded company, but... You would think there would be some kind of, like, discussion. Where it's like, hey, you're getting to this very high level of shareholding. We need to, like, have a conversation and, like, be partners, you know? Instead of just, like, some rando with a bunch of money could just show up and, like, take over a company. Or start having this, like, huge influence over a company. Like, I know that happens, but it doesn't happen without, like, a conversation or, like, consequences. Maybe it does, I don't know, just... Something doesn't add up there. Oh my god. These are so annoying. Luckily, clicking magic works. My plan is to always clear a field if the mobs aren't too annoying. Because we want the experience. We're not getting a ton of experience from these ladies, but we're getting some. Because I think we're like 3 levels above this dungeon. Oh my god. Are there 3 of them? Oh my god. God, what would we do without the death? It saves us so much time. My god. We lost all of our buffs. We gotta get those back after this battle. There's 2. You, and then stop where you are. Stop her again. Nice. It's really nice how quick that is. Okay, let's heal up. Where's that chest? There it is. There's 2 of them, actually. And then we'll get buffs back on. FromSoft has asked to be bought by Sony, and Sony declined. Interesting. So they want the, like, benefits that come with being a second-party developer. That would be really good for Sony. It's really weird how the industry has shifted away from... Well, I guess, aside from Nintendo. But at least as far as, like, Sony and Microsoft are concerned... And, like, PC, I guess, thinking of that as, like, a platform. The industry of those 3, those, like, big 3 pillars, which for some people is the whole gaming industry. Some people don't even consider Nintendo. But it's interesting how those have all kind of, like, drifted away from exclusivity as something that drives... the industry and like drives their business. Like that was like the norm kind of from the beginning, or maybe not from the very beginning. It was like circumstantially a thing in the beginning, and then it got like established as a norm in like the mid 90s, and that carried on all the way to like around the pandemic, I guess. I don't think the pandemic is what shifted it, but it started shifting kind of like right before that, where it just seemed like they didn't care as much about exclusive franchises. And I was so shocked by that shift in trend. Because coming from like a Nintendo-minded person, it's like, how do you sell your hardware? You know, like what is the incentive to buy your hardware over the competitors if all the games are on all the platforms? You know, and it's like these like tertiary services and features, or just straight up brand loyalty and nothing else. It's bizarre. Very bizarre. I come from the Nintendo school of thought, where it's like, oh, the way that you sell hardware is with software. And having exclusive software is the best way to sell your hardware. Like, the games obviously have to be good, but if the games are good but available on other hardware, it becomes harder to sell your hardware. But if you have good exclusive games on your hardware, you're guaranteed to sell your hardware. And it's like such a simple strategy, like on paper. And I don't know, maybe Sony and Microsoft just were tired of feeling like they were copying Nintendo by having like exclusive franchises. I don't know. Or they thought they could do better if they worked together. I don't know what they were thinking, but I'll never forgive them for killing so many of my favorite franchises, specifically Sony. Ubisoft had a hostile takeover? Interesting. I don't know anything about Ubisoft. I don't really know anything about anybody that's not Nintendo. To be fair. I used to follow, like, the larger gaming industry. But the last, like, 10 years, I pretty much only follow Nintendo news exclusively. Jesus, that's strong. Especially since the PS5. Like, I was still kind of following Sony stuff during the PS4 era. But once the PS5 came out, that really dropped off for me. Hey, no barking. No, thank you. Alright, those are great to fight. They're super straightforward. They're very strong, and we have to be careful, but... So many white cherries. Sony's going back to exclusivity, no more single-player games on PC. Interesting. What exclusives does Sony have still? Is it, like... For the longest time, I've thought of, like, Naughty Dog as, like, the only exclusively Sony franchises. You know, like, whatever they're making. Is Spider-Man, Sucker Punch still Sony exclusive? That's Sucker Punch, right? It's the people that used to do Sly Cooper. And I promise I'm only a little bit salty about it. Xbox said they will also on a case-by-case basis on what will be exclusive to Xbox and PC, and only multiplayer-only games will be guaranteed PS5. Yeah, I mean, it seems like such a no-brainer. I guess it's a little bit different for Xbox because, like, in the early days of the Xbox brand, their hardware was sold by basically an exclusive singular exclusive franchise in Halo. And then once Halo wasn't like super uber popular anymore, they kind of stopped focusing on exclusivity, and it was more about like the culture of their brand. Like you bought an Xbox because of Xbox Live, and because your friends were on that platform and you couldn't play with people who were playing on PlayStation. And that was kind of like the selling point of Xbox hardware, while Sony still stuck to exclusive franchises that weren't on Xbox. And so you bought the Sony console because it had the games that weren't on Xbox. But still kind of wild how that shifted. What's up, Smashy? Welcome in. Sorry that it's not Thursday.
This is... you don't understand.
Mark, when it not Thursday. Thank you for Back to the Lab, though. I'm interested to see how y'all gravitate towards utilizing the Back to the Lab alert. Because usually when I make an alert, I kind of have an idea in my mind of like, oh, this could be used in this particular situation that's funny. And, you know, we'll see if people pick up on it. But this was a commissioned alert. Where it wasn't my idea, it was someone else's idea. Which, if you didn't know, is something that you can do. If you have like a funny, less than 10-second clip of something that you think would make a funny alert, you can commission it on Ko-fi. This will be used in many ways. Okay, Smashy. I trust you. Pokemon for a wipe. Yeah, it would be perfect if we were playing Ironmon, right? Because you spend so much time in the lab in Ironmon. But if we lost like an entire run of Boys Lock, like obviously that would be devastating. And I guess you could hit that alert at that moment, and it would be pretty devastating. It's just a lot less likely to happen, or wouldn't happen nearly as many times as it would happen in a like an Ironmon stream. Back and faster. What a name. What is that? Is that a made-up name, or is that from something? I always assume that, like, creature names in RPGs come from somewhere now. Oh, I never switched back. I'm still on Blades of Bond. Alright, we're almost ready to go into the dungeon. One more portal, and the field will be clear. This seems like a pretty good encounter table, though. No physical tolerance. The maidens are obviously super annoying, but they're less annoying inside the dungeon than they are outside. So, we can deal with it. From D&D? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff pulled from D&D, that's for sure. There seems to be a lot of stuff pulled from, like, mythology and mythos, though, too. Like, whether it's, like, a specific country's mythology, like Norse, or, Buddhist, or whatever. Or it'll be like a religion's mythology. It'll be like biblical or Quran or something like that. There's so much. I guess there's probably also a lot of stuff that is in D&D. Like, there's definitely a lot of stuff that's in D&D that comes from those things that predate it as well. So there's a bit of a hodgepodge. Nintendo's trying with another $80 game. What game is it? Halo Killer. What's the $80 game? Okay, one more Rig Same for Melman. Wait, what? What just went away? I don't know. Oh, the new Fire Emblem. Interesting. Well, we'll get to have that conversation all over again. Oh, we already had AppCorv. What about second AppCorv? People, like, have already, like, long since moved on from the fact that Mario Kart was $80. But now we get to dig that up again. Dig that discourse up again and rehash it. How Nintendo must be stopped! Yeah, Mario Kart was the same way, I'm pretty sure. think it's because 90% of people didn't pay 80 bucks for Mario Kart World? That's certainly a part of it. But I also think there's a lot of people who are just like, I want the Mario Kart game, so I'm going to buy the Mario Kart game. Like, I didn't buy the Mario Kart bundle because I wanted a physical game. So I paid $80 for it. And I don't regret my purchase. Like, video games were $80 in, like, 1994. Like, I get that the economy is bad, and it would be nice if things were less expensive. And I think we can, like, healthily scrutinize the price of anything that is going up. But I also just think, like, it's also kind of just whatever. Like, video games have kind of always been the same rough price. And a lot of people don't seem to acknowledge that. Like, it's like they think that when we were little kids, games were like $30. But they weren't. And that's not supposed to be some kind of, like, pitiless, get a job type of opinion. Because I don't have a job. I can't buy games freely like I could when I did have a job. I have to, like, save up for games. But it also wouldn't really make that much of a difference to me if the game was $60 versus $80. Or even $50 for that matter.
How are you?
So... like, even if the game was $50 instead of $80, I would still have to save up for it. And I still wouldn't be able to buy more than, like, one every so often. See how well a game does when there isn't a bundle reducing it by 20 to 30 bucks? Yeah, we'll see. But also, like, it's Fire Emblem. Like, Fire Emblem is another one of those franchises where it's like, people want the game and they're gonna buy it. You know, I feel like the $80 price tag only fails when it's just randomly attached to, like, a middle-of-the-road game. Or, like, obviously it fails on a multi-platform game where the other platform's version is cheaper. But, like, I don't think it's gonna hurt Fire Emblem that much. Like, people are gonna be upset about it, they're gonna groan about it, and be like, why is this game $80? They're gonna debate about whether or not the game's worth being priced at $80, but they're gonna buy it. And, you know, maybe there are a few less people that out of, like, principle or very specific financial situations don't buy the game because they only would have bought it if it was $70 and not $80. Oh my god, this room sucks. But I think that's a very small number. Like, that's not a number of people that are going to just sit out this entry in the franchise for otherwise no reason. And then, you know, it sells significantly less copies than Three Houses or whatever. Okay, these guys have got to be stopped. It'll be hard to measure, though, because there'll be people like, I think it was Manu, where they won't buy the new Fire Emblem just because they don't like the new, like, style. You know? And how do you know why the person isn't buying it? When you look at, like, metrics. You're definitely in the groaning about it, but buying it anyway. Yeah. As I would expect from Kiki, knowing that Kiki is a Fire Emblem fan. So while I don't think that game companies should just like gouge us because they know that it'll work, you know, I do think it would be a different conversation if games like leaped forward in price rather than just like a bump. You know, if a game was $100 for like the base edition of the game with no additional content, no promises of like additional things, and was just like suddenly $800 or $100, I think that would be a different conversation than like, oh, games used to be $59.99 and then they went to $69.99 and now they're $79.99 and oof, that hurts. But I think it's definitely a different conversation. Tried Engage, it wasn't very fun. You also hate Three Houses. Okay, maybe I'm getting you and Manu mixed up. Which is why you don't expect to like the new one. At 80, it doesn't tempt you to try it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But also, like, I don't know. This could just be me being too in touch with how I think and not how other people think. Like, I have pretty much never bought a game to try it. So I don't really know if that's a common thing that people do. Like, there's no world where I would spend more than like $5 to try a game. I don't buy a game unless I know I'm going to at least like it a little bit. You know, I wouldn't try a game for $50 any more than I would try a game for $80. You know, if I'm looking at a game and I'm like, well, I'll give it a go, I guess, I'm probably not buying it. And I'm not saying that's how everybody should be. That's just how I am. And maybe there's more people thinking about buying a game just to give it a shot than I realize. $100 might happen with GTA 6. That would be so wild. That would be so wild. I'm sure it'll do it, like, in a certain sense. Like, there will be longevity content for the game. And, you know, additional stuff. And I'm sure there will be multiple tiers of collector editions and day one editions and all that kind of stuff that could easily, all told, be $100. But I would be flabbergasted if just to get in the door with GTA 6, just the bare bones base game, $100. I don't think they do it. Like, Rockstar is notorious for selling, like, incredibly high quantities of video games because they're a very, like, word-of-mouth driven brand. Like, they have their loyalists, but people play Rockstar games and tell other people that they enjoyed them and played them because a lot of non-gamers play Rockstar games. They're very, like, normie friendly. You know, like, there's a lot of people who only play Grand Theft Auto 6, or only play Grand Theft Auto. It's the only video game that they play. Or they don't usually play video games, but somebody got them into Red Dead Redemption 2 because it's sick. Or, you know, whatever other popular recent example you want to use from Rockstar. And those people that are outside the gaming sphere, I think, are even less likely to, like, would be even less likely to buy a $100 video game and a, you know, $600 console or more. Nintendo doesn't do good sales like the other two. If you wait a few years, you can get basically every first-party game for 20 to 30. Yeah. That is a big difference between Nintendo and the rest. Like, when they run a sale, it is never lower than a certain amount, and it is, this has got to be a treasure room up here, even though there's nothing in it. It's never under a certain amount, and there's certain games that, or certain types of games that just don't get hit with those sales either. I know you dislike Remake, but what is your opinion on FF7 having job classes, or did you not see the Revelation trailer? I didn't see the Revelation trailer, no. I forgot that it happened, because it was like the same day as the Direct, right? I haven't actually watched it. But I had heard that the trailer happened, but mostly just like that, you know, the subtitle was finally revealed. I didn't know that they were implementing a job system. I don't really care. I don't like that battle system, so I feel like I would have to like the battle system to be interested in the fact that there's a job system. I guess, like, it's kind of cool. They have outfits now that give them different abilities. Yeah, that sounds very Final Fantasy VII Remake. Like, 30% of the game is playing dress up. It was the day before. Oh, okay. That was my travel day. Curse these maidens. My friends are asleep. I gotta remember to switch to Sora Blades for the boss. Death probably won't work on the boss, but I'll have higher attack. Yeah, I'll get around to watching that trailer at some point, just so that I'm, like, aware. Like, despite being a remake hater, I have seen pretty much all of the game content of the two parts from, like, watching Let's Plays and stuff. Because I don't... and the reason why I do that is not as, like, a full-on hate watch, but just so that I can know enough about what the game actually is and does to be able to make a judgment call on it. Like, I want to be part of the discourse, and if I'm gonna, like, grumble and be a curmudgeon and say that I don't like something, I should actually know what it is, instead of just being, like, mad about the idea of it, which is part of it. I fully acknowledge that. It's also like a little bit of weird FOMO. We need a term for this. It's like not FOMO where you want to do the thing and you can't do the thing for some reason while everybody else is doing the thing, but FOMO where, like, everybody likes the thing and you don't like the thing, but you like the people, or you like the people around you that like the thing, and you kind of, like, wish that you liked the thing. That's kind of how it is for me. Like, there's a lot of people on Twitch that I like and am Twitch friends with that like the FF7 remake stuff and, like, are excited about it and will play it. And I like them a lot. And so even though I don't like the game, or the project, or whatever you want to call it, I'm excited for them, and I'm gonna watch them experience it so that I can see what it is and, you know, make a judgment call on it and be able to have a conversation about it to the point where I can say like I actually engaged with it and be able to like give examples of like this is what I didn't like about it, not just like I don't like it. Not that that's not necessarily allowed. Like if you just don't like something on site, you're allowed to say that. But I want to have a why, and boy do I. So yeah, when that game comes out, you will find me in streams watching people play it. So that I can see what the heck they're doing. You do the same thing for Fallout. Interesting. So Fallout is a series that you liked at one point, but don't like anymore, but you still watch footage of all the new games, just so that you're, like, abreast. You don't outright hate the story, you just hate the combat, so you watch someone else play it. For FF7R or Fallout? For both. Oh, okay. Yeah, for me, like, I don't like the remake project mechanically, but that's actually the lesser of my loathing. Like, I think if I felt like the narrative arc and the depictions of the characters and the overall tone of the story and the world felt familiar and intact to me, I probably would have played the game and learned to like the mechanics so that I could enjoy the rest of it. Because that's kind of what happened to me with Breath of the Wild. Like, I was very nervous about the open world nature, because of how overwhelmed I get, and this huge change in direction for the interpretation of the series, and how different the mechanics were going to be and all that. But because I liked everything else about it, I went all in on it, and I ended up really liking the mechanics. But I think if I had hated everything else, I probably would have been like, yeah, this is it for me on Zelda. Sorry guys, I'm out. But because I find the battle system of Remake very uncompelling, it's not enough to make me want to push myself through a bastardized version of the story. Really, I don't know what could motivate me to do that. Except maybe just cold hard cash. Biggest thing that killed Breath of the Wild for you was the weapon durability. You could have pushed through everything else you don't like about it, but that was the tipping point. Interesting. I think that's totally valid. Because that was a huge point of resistance for me as well. I really hated that at first. But it was kind of like one of the only things that I was not warming up to. So I was able to get through it. And by the time I got to the end of the experience, I feel like I understood that system and respected it. It's also unfortunate because that system is the most punishing for the first, like, 10 hours of the game. And then it's not as much of a big deal once you have more agency and resources. But if you don't get that far in the game because that mechanic is pissing you off, you know, you're gonna just quit the game. Is this the only... No. Okay, so there's gonna be like a virus core in here or something. Nice, another eye. They needed to have the actual blacksmith in the game able to repair weapons. I think if there had been more, like, quote-unquote unique weapons in the game, they would have needed to have something like that. But because there's essentially no unique weapons that you can't, like, re-obtain, I don't think it's that big of a deal. And I also like how that was a really easy way to add value to the Master Sword in a game where, you know, a stick could have the same amount of power as this, like, fabled legendary blade. That being said, I would still prefer the game to just have one sword the whole time. I don't need a weapon system in my Zelda game. Just give me one bow, one sword that never breaks. That's still my preference. But the way that they did the durability thing, I grew to not mind and even enjoy. Oh God. Thank God it's a corridor. Oh, I need my my Sora blades. This will help. Maybe we can score some death. Oh, they're so evil. They just run away. Now they're asleep. Oh my God. What a nightmare. Okay, they chased her down. We're gonna have to restock potions after this dungeon, too. We're getting low. Get cornered. There's still 2 of them! Jesus. Yes, nice death. Okay, you're screwed now. Another death. Nice. Ugh. Yeah, I think a lot of people were hoping that the Master Sword would be unbreakable. That's an understandable frustration. I remember being shocked because, like, I kind of assumed that it was, and that was kind of my incentive to go and get it, and I was so happy when I got it, and then the first time it broke, I was like, what? And I thought I was gonna have to, like, go get it again. And it's in a very inconvenient location. But then it has, like, the recharge thing, and I was like, okay. We can work with this. But yeah, you couldn't just, like... You couldn't just go get the Master Sword and then just throw away all your other weapons. Like, you still had to keep a little stock of your other you know, swords and clubs or whatever. I think it's fair to not like that, but I grew to not mind it / enjoy. How many floors is this thing? Oops, doubled up on myself. I also really enjoyed the two DLCs that they did for Breath of the Wild, especially Trial of the Sword. That made it even more worth it. Okay, we've got a 4th floor. Oh. This is interesting. So there's a boss door right here, and then 2 more rooms? How is this gonna work? Hopefully we don't get warped out. Oh, Shin has 65? Oh, Sora's 66. My base attack is going up, so these numbers are unfamiliar to me. I was like, I thought I had like 60 with Sora, but now it's 66. Alright, here we go. Cutscene? Yep.
Data bug.
Okay, not really a cutscene. We'll just start whacking it. Look at this schlubby boy. So goopy. So data bug means that we've got to hit it a certain amount of times before we can use data drain. Iris Core M. Now we can actually do damage to it. Okay, this thing is suspiciously weak. Like, that was absurdly weak. Now we're getting a cutscene.
Data measurement. Mission completed. Good work.
All right, let's go back to Root Town.
No, don't warp out. Don't warp out. Please. There's treasure here still. Ugh. You've got to be kidding me. There was a GOT statue down there. That sucks, dude. We're gonna have to go back in there. Oh my god. That's gonna take so long! Alright, we gotta run another ad. I'll be back in a few minutes, folks. Grab a snack if you need to. All right, welcome back, everybody. Pausing the party. And back to this party, am I right? Okay, I really want to go back down to the bottom of that dungeon and get the treasure that's there. But it would take a stupid amount of time to do it. So I'm toying with the idea of maybe, like, doing it off stream. Where are my party members? Oh, they're shopping. Do we have any items we need to get rid of? I think these are junk. I feel like all of this stuff is junk and I should just sell it. Don't even bother storing it. These are junk. Maybe we could trade for it, but whatever. We'll just offload it. Let's do a save. And then we just got an email. Actually, let me make a quick note here. At the bottom of the dungeon, we defeated a super easy data bug. Got its virus core. M. And Leos warped us out before we could get the GOT statue. Saying data acquisition complete. So I'm going to go back to the previous page of the notes here and put a checkbox next to that dungeon because we did finish it. But we may or may not go back down there on stream to get the chest. I'm going to make that decision based on what our next objective is. We just saved in slot 4, so I need to write that down too. Dungeon done. Need to go back for treasure. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Let's log out and see what this email is. See what's going on. Have we been emailed by Leos before? Can't remember. We've gotten emails from CC Corp. We got news as well. Let's check the news first. Malpractice? Question mark? Early this morning, all electronic medical instruments in Niisato University Hospital became non-functional. Fortunately, no patients were seriously affected, but it is certain this will affect future medical activity. Because of this incident, family members of patients have bombarded the hospital with calls and phone lines are congested. Electronic medical instruments. I guess that would be like monitoring equipment. Interesting.
It's the hospital where Orca is.
Oh.
We have to hurry.
Whoa. That is extremely significant. All right. Oh, virus core is 4. Oh, that makes sense because we have a new server now. Here's some new information about virus cores. None of this is new information. We have this in virus cores 3. So now we can get J, K, and L virus cores. So we'll probably start needing those. All of the hacked gates in Volume 3 used G, H, and I. So I'm assuming all of these in Volume 4 are going to need J, K, and L. Although we did use some E cores, so... I'm going to make a note of this. Helba sent virus cores for farming. What's up, Manu? Welcome in. Ah, you're a basketballer. Gotcha. No. Orange is for email. Okay, and then I actually want to write down this thing from the news article. What was the phrase that they used? Cat toilet. I know my notes are still on the screen. The electronic medical instruments in Orca's hospital ceased functioning. I was thinking I could use the purple highlighter for news articles, because we don't currently have the purple highlighter or the purple marker assigned to anything in my color key. But that's just happened so few times that I feel like I might want to save it. Usually the purple highlighter is for like shop inventory. Maybe I could use it for like trades as well. That might be good. I'll be standing by on that. Okay, any board posts? No. Okay, so we are currently without an objective. So that probably means something's going to happen when we log back in, or we're going to get another email as soon as we sign in. As a UK fan, you're normally annoyed. Oh, cutscene.
Did you read the news about the Nizato University Hospital? It's related, isn't it? I keep thinking, what if something like that happened at the hospital where Kazu is?
Yeah,
What do you mean, yeah?
I feel the same way. I want to get rid of the wave from this world right now. But we're all finally on the same team. I'm sure it'll work. We shouldn't get impatient.
Where did that dude go?
I know that, but Kazu and Orca are...
Orca is all right, so...
Hey, is the hospital that Orca is it...
Oh, he is there. Spiritus? Hello.
As I pondered various issues, I've come to a conclusion that I should help you. There seems to be a strange room in Sigma, Screaming Wind Sand's Fate Castle.
That voice sounds so familiar and doesn't fit this character at all. Okay. A character named Spiritus appears at the Omega Town Chaos Gate and tells us a location. Hold on. Skipped a word. Location with a strange room. Screaming. Oh, dang it. Screwed up again. Sigma. Screaming. Oh my god, I cannot spell today. Screaming Wind. Sands. Fate Castle. Boy, that is an Imager link if I've ever heard one. I recognize this character model, though. I feel like this character was in the anime, maybe?
You may be able to change this world.
His cadence. What is his cadence? And then he just disappears. Okay.
Yeah?
What do you have for trade? Junk. As a UK fan, you're normally annoyed with the game timing, but the US World Cup being on at the same time today, you're glad you're not an American. Wait, so are you watching football or basketball, Manu? I forgot about World Cup. Oh, interesting, Halo Killer. I've never had trouble tracking my Yeti orders. Alright, we need to buy... Oh, we can just buy max HP heals now. Interesting. So we're gonna have to go back to the other server to buy the 800 HP heals. How many resurrects do we have? I guess we can go ahead and top these off. Oh, no, we can't. That's so much more money than we have. Okay. We might need to do some selling here. Let's take some of this junk out of here that we know we don't want anymore. Why are we keeping these? I don't... Like, I get that I'm keeping these because they're rare. And then we want to keep ones that are actually good. Nine water beasts. Alright, let's sell all of those. Let's sell... all of our stone solarates. And all but one of the Imp's Leg Mail. And we can sell all of these. That should be some good money. This guy looks like Luigi from far away. Like a wide Luigi. Because of the way the light's hitting him. Okay, sell those. Sell those. Sell those. Those. There we go. Pretty much more than doubled our money. Wow, that is a very valuable scroll. A level 2 Earth Summon? Is it really that good? I feel like I should just sell that. You're watching basketball, okay. That's weird though, Halo Killer. I don't like, usually when I track my Yeti orders, it's just from like the email confirmation that they give me, and there's just an actual tracking number in the email that is just a link that takes me to like the USPS or FedEx page. Maybe it's a shop page. The Brute Axe. 30 attack, that's huge. Dragon and Tiger. This is a pretty solid set of daggers. That's how your first order went? I have 2 Yeti orders in play right now. Looking forward to getting them. One of them's going to be a while because it was a pre-order. So we're supposed to go to this dungeon in Sigma server. Let me see what level it is. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you've had porch pirates. That's the worst. That's one of the things that I really like about my neighborhood, is that all of the houses in my neighborhood came pre-outfitted with Ring doorbells. So like anybody that lives in the neighborhood knows that everybody else has a camera on their porch. And I feel like if somebody was coming into the neighborhood from outside the neighborhood to porch pirate, that would be like probably enough to ward off most of them. Certainly not foolproof, but it definitely gives me some peace of mind. Okay, let's check the level of this spot here. Level 70. Okay, so it's definitely up to snuff. So I gotta decide if I want to do this or do that other dungeon again. I think I know what I want to do. We're gonna go down that other dungeon again. And I think we can get it done before I need to go to the 6 o'clock break. And then after the extended break, we'll come back and we'll do the story dungeon. I think that's what I want to do. So let's party up. This time we can bring some other people that we didn't bring last time, because everybody's at level 71 now, which is very convenient. I wish I could check people's status before inviting them. That would be nice. We know what type of mobs we're gonna run into, so... Marlowe is a Blade Master. So many heavy blades and Blade Masters. It's such a popular class. We need more Wave Masters. The fact that we only have access to one Wave Master really sucks. Because Elk is MIA and Mistral quit for maternity leave. We need more Wave Masters. We could bring Pyros for the memes. Pure evidence of theft from 15 households, all with Ring camera footage, shows the same thing. Wait, what? All the characters are drawn in slightly different art styles, and you can't tell if you like that or it annoys me. What are you talking about, Manu? Oh, they shrank a bit. Interesting. Who do we want to bring with Pyros? Who's a good foil for Pyros? Sanjuro? Or Wise Man? There's a couple enemies with magic top. The problem with Wise Man is that he cannot physically attack. Which is such a hindrance. Maybe Gardenia. Alright. Gardenia has decent healing, so... Alright, let's do this. We won't clear the field this time. We'll just go straight for the dungeon. We'll make a beeline. The messages are separate, but the context of each had already passed. Okay, I'm sorry, Manu. I mean, I know we were talking about porch pirates. I just don't understand that message in a vacuum. I love how this music just changes to Pyros' theme because we have Pyros with us. I love how much this game loves Pyros. Like, most of the characters don't have themes. So it's very funny that Pyros does. Okay, cool. We didn't even hit a portal on our way in. So, extra value of the fairy's orb here. We're going to take the path of least resistance. We're not going to full clear the dungeon. This will save us a ton of time. What do we got for buffs, y'all? Okay, cool. We have accuracy. That's very helpful. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, Earth element. That's probably not going to be relevant, but we'll take it. I'm so glad tanks are back at Yeti too. I wish they did tanks all the time, but they only do it during the summer. Which makes sense, but it doesn't really make sense that the other 3 seasons you can buy a sweater, you know? It's not like they only do that in the winter. So it would kind of be nice if you could just get all of them all the time. But that would be expensive. We have to switch back to Death Daggers. There it is. The best. The blue one of Mario and Peach in the water. When was that one from? I actually missed a couple of days while I was traveling, and I didn't realize it until I got back. So whatever, like, the Saturday and Sunday shirts were, I didn't get to see those. I missed those. A week or so ago. I probably saw that, but I can't picture it in my head. Out of all the other people who are on this game, are we the only ones seeing all these glitches, or is everyone else seeing them and just continuing to play like nothing happened? That's an interesting question. I feel like, well, this area we had to hack into, and a very limited number of people are able to hack gates. So most players aren't here, and therefore wouldn't see the glitches. I don't know if we've only seen this glitching in, like, gate hack spaces. Haven't been keeping track of that, but I want to see if I get another virus core in here. No. So that's a fixed drop.
Bearcat egg.
If I didn't panic buy the Pikmin shirt before midnight. Didn't want to pay shipping twice. Gotcha. It's kind of like same for me because I have so many rewards points that the shipping cost is negated by the rewards points. So it's like, oh, do I do 2 separate orders so that I can whoops, didn't need to do that. 2 separate orders so that I can use 2 separate rewards because I can only use 1 per transaction? Or do I just order them together because the combined shipping is kind of like the same as using 2 separate rewards? I mean, the correct answer is just to always combine. What's the site? We're talking about the Yeti. Y-E-T-E-E. It's a daily shirt website, like there are many of. But they're like heavily video game centric. And I've been a big fan of theirs for a long time. Like nearly 100% of the shirts that you see me wearing on stream are Yeti shirts. Every once in a while, I will wear like a quote-unquote regular shirt that is not a Yeti shirt. Okay, I think the down was on this side, but I won't know until I get up to the next room, which sucks. Okay, let's go after the maiden first. Oh god. Pyros is confused. Nice death. That was huge. Their store is like 2 hours away from... Wait, they have a brick and mortar store near you? I knew that they had a headquarters, but I didn't know they had a brick and mortar store. That would be so sick. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, 4 hours for a shirt is definitely not worth it. Oh, for the records specifically. Gotcha. Interesting. And you can get free shirt pickup at it. Huh. That's cool. I have met 2 Yeti artists personally a very long time ago, and I'm sure they don't remember me. Met them at MagFest, and they were fans of my band. And one of them I don't think does art for Yeti anymore, actually. Either that, or they have like a different handle now. Because I haven't seen a Yeti shirt by them in a very long time. And the other one is kind of like a veteran Yeti artist, and so I think more often they are kind of like doing like higher up stuff. Like I think they're a pretty high up person in the company now instead of just being like an artist because they've been around for a long time. So I don't see their shirts very often, but I always get excited when I do see them. Because I tend to like the ones that they do. They have 3 of them. Wow, I was surprised they have 1. That's awesome that they have 3. I'm sure they don't have one near me, but I should look just because I'm curious. Alright, well this didn't take nearly as long because we didn't do a full clear, so that was great. Yeah, Yeti is great. Love Yeti. They have new shirts every day, and they do collections for specific things sometimes. So like sometimes it'll be for like a new indie game. Like they have a Mina the Hollower collection right now, and so they'll run that collection for a little while. Sometimes they'll do like events, like they did one when they first launched tanks for the season, and they call it Sweaty Fest. So they had like, you know, it's usually over a weekend. So for like a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they'll have like 10 shirts available instead of like the normal 2 daily shirts that they would do. And then they partner up with like GDQ, and they'll have a GDQ collection during GDQ, and you know, give portions to the charity that GDQ is raising for. Seen them partner up with a couple other events over the years, but it's mostly just GDQ. Yeah, they do a lot of cool stuff. And then they also have a feature called Continue that's very important to know about, where you can actually, like, it basically makes it so that every daily shirt is on sale for 2 days. So, like, you can buy yesterday's shirts today for the rest of the day as well. Yeah, the shirts that aren't like daily shirts are more expensive. Because I think when they have stuff like those, like ongoing collections that aren't related to like an event, I think they become print on demand, and that's why they're 32 instead of 20. But that one shirt that I bought recently that was the Comfort Colors, those are more expensive too, but that's going to be my new jam. Because I really liked that Comfort Colors shirt. Ooh, a new hat has entered. This is a very good upgrade for us. It's not that much different, but 1 more attack point and a little bit more magic defense. We'll take that. The element changes are negligible. Alright, cool. And now we can get out of here. The main difference for the Comfort Colors for me was that the neck hole is smaller. I tend to prefer a larger, wider neck hole on a shirt, which I guess is like fairly uncommon. I don't know why. But I like if I could get like this absurd like wide collar shirt for all my shirts, I would do it. But I also hang all of my shirts. And so the collars like sag and stretch out over time. But overall, I still prefer the Comfort Colors shirt, so not a problem for me. Do we have any junk we need to offload? I'll put this Cave Bear hood in here. That's worth saving, and then these other 2 I can sell. Yeah, I guess I'm in the minority there. I like the large. I don't necessarily want it to be like sagged out and like floppy, but if the opening itself is just larger, I like it. I like the way that my shirt's neck holes kind of gradually open up over time as they sit on a hanger. So I'll have to wait for that one to do the same. But I felt like the sleeves and the length were pretty similar for me on the comfort colors, but I guess if you go up in size, maybe the slight difference at smaller sizes become less slight. The lengthy collection, you just keep them until they sell? Yeah, when it's a current collection, it's like a print-on-demand type thing. Like we were saying they should do with consoles. And they just take orders and then print them. And those ones aren't inflated. But if they have like an ongoing collection where it's like for sale on the website for like months and months and months, like those Monster Hunter ones, then those are going to be print on demand. And so they charge more for them. But those ones also, sometimes they will run like a flash sale for. Like every once in a while, those shirts will get marked down to like $9. And sometimes they do like blind packs as well, where you can buy like a mystery shirt for like $6, but you don't know what it's gonna be. You just pick the size and then you get a random shirt. Sometimes you can roll the dice with that. Oh, it was an inch shorter at 4X. Interesting. Yeah, well, that's definitely a difference. Okay, so we're gonna... Well, let's save again, I guess. It's not quite time for the break yet, so we can go ahead and get started on this next dungeon. That went faster than I thought it would. So we'll call this... Treasure Revisit. And Sigma Prep. Alright, and we also need to buy more items here, because we never restocked our potions. The item shop is over here, in this place. So for anyone that missed it earlier, there is going to be an extended break at 6 o'clock. Instead of just the normal 3 to 5 minute ad break, I'm going to have to step away for about 20 to 25 minutes, because the little guy needs his dinner. So I invite you to chill and watch Mario Party with me. Oof, that's a lot of money. But that'll be the norm for a while here for streams, so strap in. Alright, Black Rose and Balmung.
I'll handle it.
Oh man, new kid last week, wow. Going through the no sleep. Man, we got so lucky. That phase was very, very short for us. Screaming Wind Sands Fate Castle. Oh, we have to warp here too. Are we gonna have to farm for cores? Please don't make me need more than one eye. Okay, M we got from the last boss. Oh, we have no J. We need one more G, and we have the H. Okay. So we need 2x virus core J. And And 1X Virus Core G. All right. Well, we know where we can get G and H very consistently. We have a spot for I, but we're going to have to find somewhere to go to get J. So J is going to be a small size enemy in Omega server. So it just so happens that the default combination of keywords in this server takes us to a place where we can really easily get G and H. But you know what? I forgot. I'm supposed to do this alone because the small enemies die too fast with a full party. So I'm actually going to gate out and disband. I'm going to tell my friends to go home. False alarm. Do you know if they've ever done shirts with the pattern on the back? You're a big pattern on the back guy, simplistic on the front. Because then you can, like, equip and unequip the design with a jacket. Interesting, Manu. I like that description of how you're utilizing that. I don't think I've ever seen a Yeti shirt with a double-sided print. I feel like the small design on the front and big design on the back is more of a Uniqlo trademark. I feel like all Uniqlo shirts almost are like that, or more are than aren't.
So long.
I don't have very many shirts with stuff on the back, other than, like, concert shirts. But I don't think I've ever seen Yeti do that. They're very straightforward. I've never seen them do like a cut and sew all over print thing. And they don't usually do... I would say maybe the one exception would be like they might have like a zip hoodie where they can't really print anything on the front, and so it's on the back. Like during the winter months, instead of having just the crew neck sweater, they'll also have like a zip hoodie version of the daily design. And I think those are rear prints, but that's like the opposite of what you're looking for. That's a sweater and not a shirt. All right, Maxwell, are you gonna give me a G? Nope. About you. Yo, what's up, Vashi? Welcome in. How you doing? There's a G. All right, we've got our G. Kill these pesky bats. They're still taking care of their dog with a lot of needs. Oh my gosh. Bad timing, yeah. Wife had a rough delivery, had to have surgery. Oh no. Oh man, so yeah, he's just... Wow. He's on triple duty. What a warrior, what a hero. I feel for him. Yeah, props to him. Storming today, cooled down, nice. Yeah, it seems like it's hot in a lot of places. So cooling down sounds good. All right, well that was very quick. We got our Virus Core G, and basically immediately. But now we need to find somewhere to farm J. So I'm inclined to just go to Omega Town and hit the same keyword combination, just try the default, and see if we get lucky. Same combination. Level 73, that's a little scary on my own. I'd be interested to see what they say to you, Manu. That's a big enemy. Ooh, there's a spring. Is that guy chasing me? Maybe. Oh, great, a maiden. I'm pretty sure the maiden is going to be a medium enemy. These are, like, nearly impossible to fight on my own. Oh, you are wood tolerant. Okay, so I have to use my water spell on you. This is a disaster. Yeah, the maidens are the worst. Anything that can freeze me in place with magic is the worst. What is that thing? Oh god. It's like one of those like Norse mythology things where it looks like a beautiful woman on top to like siren song the unsuspecting. I'm making a beeline for the spring because I want to find out if it's Grandpa. But then it has like peacock feathers back there. A turkey centaur. Wow, what a description. We have a pair of daggers that we would really like to throw into a high-level spring. Oh god, there's another one. Oh nice, I can do this when I'm in battle. So if this is just a blue guy, we'll just get our weapon back. We've done that a few times. But if it's the orange guy, we might get something new. That's the blue guy.
Did you loot?
I love how it just says enemy on the screen.
Till
All right.
Oh!
This item is way better than before.
Okay, so he was a level 5. So we just needed to move on to a new server or something. So now we have San. Let's take a look. Same power as Sora's Blades. And it has App Corv. Whoa, okay, this is cool. So, this means we can retire the Blades of Bond. Because the reason why we've kept these Blades of Bond is to have access to App Corv. And this has it. It's not quite as powerful as Sora's Blades. And then obviously Death is more than enough to break the tie. But this way, like, when we want to have App Corv, I don't have to be as quick to switch back and forth. Alright, I'm gonna gate out as soon as I can here. Because this is not what we're looking for. Dear Mr. Mrs. Yeti. They are like a very generally cool, small business vibes kind of company, so I wouldn't be surprised if they responded to you. They might be like, hey, a lot of people have asked about this, sorry we're not going to do it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they at least responded to you. Alright, we're going to try the second keyword from each column, just as an arbitrary idea. We need some small enemies. Hello, Buff. Okay, that's a big enemy. No, thank you. Let me go ahead and put these on. What are you? Okay, these aren't small. These are definitely medium. Jealous Cobra. What a name. Ooh, they are strong. We gotta be really careful when we're by ourselves, too. Because obviously if we die, it's a game over. So we can't be flippant At least we're seeing different encounters here, though, so... I guess maybe I should be doing these with a party anyways. Oh god. Yeah, I'm gonna gate out again and party up. Maybe I should try to, like... scout another one of the enemy types here. More jealous cobras. Oh, nice. You're a VPN enjoyer. That's cool. Nope. That's definitely not a small. Okay, we'll check one more. Nope. Okay, we're gonna gate out. Don't think this is going to be a good fit. Yeah, we're going back to the lab. That's a pretty good use. I approve. We didn't really mess up, but still close enough. Let me go put the Blades of Bond away before I forget. What's your name? Belle? You're new. The Godslayer. Ooh, this has death on it? Oh man, we gotta get this for, Balmon. Do you like this? Oh, you do like that. Do you like this? Oh, you do like that. Okay. What about just that? Oh, you like that 3 stars. And then you like this. Okay, what about this? 3 in 1. What about this and 1 potion? Yeah, hit him with that potion. Wait, come back. Yuka? Ew. That was weird. Okay, the Dharma wand. It's solid, but... Wait, new boots? 1403, 263, 11. That seems really good. Not for me, but like for one of my characters. This is heavy. Ooh, 12 on the body as well. Alright, I kind of want both of those. And then what is this? I can't wear this. This is just okay. But I kind of want both of these. What do you think of this? 3 stars for the rock and roll. Okay, deal. That's yours. And 1 potion. 2 potions. Oh, you're driving a hard bargain on this one. What if I gave you some junk spells instead of my potions? How about... Wait. So this one, you said 3 stars for rock and roll. But this one, you said 4 stars? Oh, okay. Well, then we'll just do that. And then the Night Soleret. 1 star for Ivory Barrette. Oh, you love the Stone Call. You don't like any of my other spells. Okay. Noble Wine is too good to give away. Okay, how many potions? 9 potions. Okay, how many potions if I give you the ivory barrette? Where are my potions? Five. Alright, sure, we'll do it. You won't get a reply until at least 8 a.m. Alright, keep us posted, Manu. We will await the Yeti's response with bated breath. This guy's not new. $32? Holy moly. And it has Aptorv? Dang, this is a really good sword. Ravencrest. You're setting up the Xbox 360. You're nervous that it's going to break after a couple of hours? I know what you're feeling, Smashy. Its reputation precedes it. Certainly. It's about time for me to step away for the extended break, so I'm going to go ahead and start preparing for that. Let's do a save. And we'll just say Core G, farmed, looking for Core J spot. Yeah, the red ring issue is related to overheating. And yeah, the way to fix it was to take it apart and like clean off the old thermal paste and put new thermal paste on so that it would stop overheating. That happened to Capralog. Capralog bought a brand new, or maybe didn't buy, but acquired a brand new 360 that had never been used before, but it sat in a box for like close to 20 years and was never used. And part of the way that that thermal paste gets like solidified into place is that it expects that the console will be powered on within a reasonable window of time after it's manufactured, and so the initial heat of like the initial uses of the 360 would like finish kind of like cooking and curing the thermal paste into the spot that it was supposed to be. But because Capralog's 360 sat new in box for like nearly 2 decades, the thermal paste just like crumbled and like disintegrated, and so there was nothing there. So like right out of the box it didn't work, and he had to like replace it on a brand new console. So far so good with my 360. It made it through one long RPG playthrough, and it's in a well ventilated spot. So I feel like that's the best I can do. At least they're not expensive, I guess. Which model did you get, Smashy? Oh, we're about to get hit with the ad. I gotta get out of here. I'll see y'all in about 20 or 25 minutes. I'll be in the chat. We'll try to talk about some of this stuff. All right, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. I'm gonna eat some chips here really quick. And then we'll be all set. The little guy actually ate really fast because I fed him. Usually he's feeding himself, and he's not super fast at that. But the thing that he had for dinner today, he can't eat by himself, so I had to help him. He had stew. But that also means that I couldn't eat something while he was eating, which is usually what I do. But that's okay. I don't usually eat a full meal during stream anyways. It's more like I can take advantage of the extended break to eat a meal early. I usually eat a meal after stream, which is what I'll do today. So I'm just gonna have a little snacky poo. And then we'll get back into the game. So Smashy, busting out the 360, huh? That's kind of fun. Are you looking at, like, collecting some stuff for it? You're worried that the controllers are going to cause the batteries to burst. Like the rechargeable batteries? Or like alkaline batteries that are sitting in the battery pack for a long time? Yeah, Halo Killer is right. Capacitors are the things to go bad in a console. It's always the capacitors. Brand new batteries. Oh, you're gonna do 13.2 and Lightning Returns. Sure. Okay. For stream. That's fun. I'm excited that I'll get to cursorily experience those games through you and not have to play them myself. Sorry, I had to throw a little slander in there. Alright, chips consumed. Also, you might be hearing some chatter from the little guy. You're not losing your mind. That is coming from the stream. The little guy has his little viewing area open right now. Bueno. Alright, let's come back over here. Thanks for waiting through the extended break. It was pretty much exactly 25 minutes. I'm treating myself to a Gatorade. Just as a treat. Gatorade's a treat for me. I love it. I usually only drink Gatorade on like road trips. It's like my go-to road trip drink. And but it just sounded good. Just sounded good. I was at the store today picking up a couple things and I grabbed one because it was on sale and in my eyesight. So, we are farming virus cores for Screaming Windsand's Fate Castle, and we need some virus core J. And we haven't figured out a place where we can consistently get virus core J yet. because that's a brand new item for us. And I backed out of there because I wanted to party up. Yeah. He's very talkative right now. Very common after a meal. You guys should be able to hear him. Let's do not story party here. So we'll do Pyros and Sanjuro. Sure.
Oh, it's you.
I love how Steve Bloom is 2 party characters in this game. Oh yeah, what are these new items that we traded for? We got some new stuff. The God Slayer. We want to give this to Balmung. And then the Night Solarit and the Ebony Legmail are probably for Balmung and Black Rose too. Because our shoes are the ones that we're having trouble letting go of. Like, look at this. All of our stats go up, but we lose Rig Same and Rig Geem, and no damage. It's so hard to let go of those 3 things. Like, the skills we could maybe forgive, you know, or we could, like, carry an extra pair of shoes to, like, hot swap like we do with our daggers. What does no damage do? No damage is basically like, it does an RNG roll, and sometimes you just won't take damage. Possible chance of receiving no damage. So like, every so often an enemy will attack you and just nothing happens. It's pretty amazing. And these spells aren't useful that we would gain, so. But yeah, max physical evade, a little bit more magic defense, a little bit more immunities. Does this say... Okay, attack and defense. I was right. I wanted to confirm that. This is such a good pair of shoes, all in all. I don't remember when I got these lucky shoes, but man. We are stuck to them. So yeah, I don't know. That'll be something to consider. But we don't have to make that decision now. Okay, let's try... the 3rd word. Expansive, haunted, sea of sand. Sounds like a thing, right? Oh, we got a spring, at the very least. That's a big starfish. Okay, what do we want to... Oh, we got an enemy approaching. They are not small. Holy damage, Batman. Alright, I think we damaged them too quickly and we didn't get Protect Break. I love that just... If Pyros is in your party, Pyros theme is playing. That's all there is to it. Yeah, see, we're not hitting Protect Break on these enemies. Because I think we're damaging them too fast. I'm sorry, are these enemies endless? What is going on here? Like they're just crossing the entire field to find us? What is happening? Oh my god. That spell is really something. Pyros has his own battle music too. Oh god, they killed me. Hurry, hurry, bring me back. Surely one of you... Okay. I was like, somebody better have... a resurrect. Woo! We gotta level up on somebody. Oh wait, no, not magic. Attack. Oh, there was a protect break at the very last second. Oh, this is a new enemy. Hello. Wait. Oh, they've been healing themselves. I thought they were just showing up out of nowhere. We've been fighting like a bunch of the same ones multiple times because they healed themselves at the last second. Which is absolute menace behavior. Okay. Look at this thing. Alucard. What's up, Alucard? You look different. Twin Mizuchi. What is that? Oh, it's daggers. 25? I'm pretty sure mine are 26. But 10, 12 on the magic side is pretty nuts. Oh, mine's 23. Sora's blades are 23. Oh wow, so these are really good. So we get two more physical attack points, one more magical attack point, and a bit of an accuracy swap. Elements dropping by a little bit, no big deal there. But we lose App Corv. These spells are good though. These are great spells. Oh wait, these aren't spells. Never mind. We don't typically use these. Well, maybe this is what we throw in the spring. You know? We could try throwing the Twin Mizuchi into the spring. Foxcrest? I think Foxcrest is pretty outdated. We'll just let that go.
The spring.
Alright, let's see here. Twin Mizuchi, sure. Are you level 5?
Did you lose?
No. Or yes.
Night? Let's see.
Do we get lucky?
Till
All right. This item is way better.
Okay, we got a high roll. Dragon and Tiger. Same attack, but now we have Aptorv and Life Drain. I don't know how it determines that this is way better than before, but it is better. So Aptorv, it will be really nice to have. Because this is one of those games where accuracy is just damage. To some degree. And this makes all our elements go up more too. So yeah, I think we replace San. I need to put the Blades of Bond in storage though. The Blades of Bond are ready to be phased out. What do these look like? Oh, they're this design? Cool. I like them. Kind of Zidane-y. Big fan
Momentum.
of anything vaguely Zidane. Oh, you're a small enemy? Hello? Okay. Freeze him in place. Can I get a protect break on you? No, you're just dead. Okay, but this is a breakthrough. Because this could mean at the very least, I could come here by myself and just farm for that specific enemy. I can also tell them to like hang back the next time we see one of those guys. So, Okay, Fairy's Orb. Now that we know that those guys are here, let's do a little more investigation. I like how the geography of this place is like we're at the bottom of the ocean, but it's a desert. There's like nautilus shells and undersea type stuff, starfish on the ground. It's silly and fun, and I like it. Okay, hopefully this is fast enough. Nope. Wow. So in the time that it took me to try to cast a healing spell instead of using an item, both of my party members died, and we got a game over. It's okay, we didn't lose anything. We saved right before we came here. Oh wait, but that weapon. Okay, we have to get that weapon again. We might not get the same weapon when we go to that spring. That was slot 1? We've already wrapped back around, huh? Yeah, okay. Theoretically, we would get the same spring at the same level and be able to get the same weapon if we threw in the same weapon. But we'll have to wait and see. That was the third keyword from each column. I'm also gonna bring the I'm gonna bring the story party, because the next level is one level above us. So let's just get ahead of it. Plus we found that new weapon for Balmung. And I'll just tell them not to attack whenever we see a little guy. But I gotta give Balmung this this sword that has death on it.
An expensive.
That's gonna be super helpful. And then what is... Now we need to look at these boots. 10, 1, 13, 3, 3, 3, 6. Okay. Okay, so it's an empirical upgrade for Black Rose. Oh, and he's wearing the same thing. Okay, so one of them gets this. I guess whoever has lower defense, which is probably Black Rose. But let's check. Yeah, just by a little bit. Okay, so Black Rose, you get this. And then I think this one I'm just going to keep for myself. I think we're just going to start running 2 pairs of shoes. When we need the buff spells, we can swap them in. I don't know, this is really only just 1 point of defense, so maybe it's not worth it. But with the max status, don't do that, hands off. With the max status on Spirit, that's good. We'll try it. We'll try it and see how we feel. You gotta walk around in a new pair of shoes before you know, right? Anything else? Oh yeah, we're gonna store the Blades of Bond. Oh, that weapon that we picked up was like a rare drop. So yeah, we missed out on that, unfortunately. That's probably not gonna happen again. That was a lot of sequences of luck in a row. We got a rare drop. I'm gonna go ahead and just drop a fresh save here with that being done in case we die again. Same slot's fine. Because we're still doing the same thing. Alright. Let's go try that again. Shall we? One, two. 1, 2. 1, 2. Expansive Haunted Sea of Sand. Take 2. I'm assuming the max for all stats is 99, but it might not be for, attack, I was gonna say. Probably is, though. Alright, well, I remember what enemy gave me that. Okay, so don't attack this guy. But this means he's just gonna run away from me. Oh, he just immediately died to that. Okay, because he was weak against it. Okay, so I want to use Data Drain on this Alucard guy, and I'll use the rare drop one, because this is the guy who gave me that. Jesus. This is the one who gave me that set of daggers. We might be able to recreate the same scenario if we're really lucky. Protect rate. There we go. And let's do the 21-28. The rat crest. That ain't it. But maybe it's a good hat. Let me check. Oh, it's got this AoE full party heal. Pretty good for a Wave Master, but not good for us. Alright, let's Fairy's Orb. And let's start looking around. Maybe we'll get lucky and Alucard will give us those daggers again and we can throw them in the spring again and we'll get the same thing again. Wouldn't that be cool? There can't be that many different possibilities, right? I feel like it's just a matter of whether or not the spring upgrades it. Who's coming? Where are you? Oh, it's Alucard. Surfing on his coffin. Coffin and surfing rhyme. Same word structure? There's something there. Another rat crest. And I love that he just turns into a generic bat. That's so perfect. Usually they turn into something much more arbitrary. Oh, I need to put the buffs on. I don't know how he didn't die there, actually. Three rat crests? Come on. Give me the daggers, Alucard. This is where all the loose... Oh my god, I died. Please, Balmung, please. Okay, good. He's fast. God. those all missed. But those didn't. Okay. Really need this guy to give me a protect break. But he just dies so fast. Yo, what's up, Buby? How you doing? Almost called you Sparky. Well, at least we're getting some EXP. The little guy's happy about it. Okay, let's get some buffs going. That will help. I would never call you a fraud. Sparky is only a fraud in your book, not in mine. Don't forget. I'm ready to switch my shoes. These are just too hard to give up, especially this one in particular. If we could find something else that gives me Rig Geem, I would be very happy. I can live without Rig Same, but Rig Geem is so good. It's probably my favorite passive buff that we have found in the whole game. Week or stressful, but looking forward to the weekend? Heck yeah, dude. Glad to hear it. Glad it's your weekend. Congrats to the weekenders. Hang tough to the non-weekenders. Oh my god. Okay, we gotta take out the Conqueror lady first. Because she's healing them. She's too powerful. She's way too powerful. She can heal, she can do powerful AoE magic. Alright. Look, and then they can bring her back! Like, there's such a long window where they can bring her back. That's nuts. She was dead for like a full, like, 3 to 4 seconds, and then they brought her back. Now there's 3 surfing Draculas. Now I'm dead. Hello? Thank you. She's back again! What is happening? Okay, let me at least 2128 this guy. Oh, I have no SP. Hold on. There it is! I got it again! I got the Twin Mizuchi! Oh my god. Now we need to not die. If I get the same rare dagger at the, please completely die. Okay, thank goodness. That's tough to hear, Goob. I'm sorry about that. Bless you for doing what you do. Okay, we don't need to data drain any more of them because we got the thing that we wanted. Let's go back to the spring and see if we get it again. You think it's the best spell, Draconics? I don't know if it's the best spell, but it's just really nice to have. I guess I don't need to put these on, because we're gonna gate out if we get the daggers again. The Win It Thursday clip? Oh, did you see in the Discord that it's a thing now? What made you think of that? Oh, here's the little guy. Okay, need to only attack this guy as Kite. But it's really hard because he just runs away. Yeah, it's a new alert now, but it only works on Thursday. Oh, in the wrong menu. Tragic, yeah. Bad news for you, I suppose, in this particular moment. So the last time I used the wood spell on him, he just completely died. There we go. Okay, please give me a virus core jet. Yes, okay. We have found a spot. We need one more of them, though. Yeah, if you remove when... If you redeem when it Thursday on a day that's not Thursday, the bot just lets you know that it is not Thursday. Alright, Twin Mizuchi. Take 2. Here we go.
Did. That's. Till.
All right.
We got it again! Unbelievable. Okay. Maybe that's not that wild. Let me go ahead and gate out and save. Because we managed to get that again, and because we got one of our Virus Core J. It would really suck to go try to farm another one and then get another unexpected game over. And have to farm the first one again. Okay, so we're actually going to equip the Dragon and Tiger. Because that's more than a net positive. This Raikomaru is very outdated. We're just gonna... Deck Vorv is a cool spell, but... If only there was like a fusion or synthesis system in this game where you could just like fuse a bunch of weapons together that have all the spells that you want. Let me sell this Raikomaru really quick. And then let's look at these helmets. Yeah, the Rat Crest is good. But the Night Ape Hood is better. But this is Wave Master focused armor. Let me sell the Fox Crest. And the rest of this stuff I'm putting in. These can go in. You can go in. Those are staying with me. Okay, now we save. And this will be slot 2. And we'll call this 1X Core J plus Dragon and Tiger. Alright, and it's time for me to run another ad. This will be the last one of the day. I'm going to check on the little guy, and we'll be back with one more hour of stream. Thanks for being here, folks. Okay, I'm back. Waiting to pause. Peach is wearing a Bowser suit, getting a star. Wow, Peach is crushing this party. 4 stars. Trailed by Daisy in second with 1 and the other 2 with 0. The princess is having a princess experience. She might be flexing her privilege in this party. There, now I can pause. Apparently you can't pause the game when somebody's in a Bowser suit. Today we learned. Okay, welcome back everybody. We've got 1 more virus core that we need to farm. And we now know where we can get it. So we're gonna go right back to that same spot. Because there's 1 tiny guy that we can get. It's not ideal. Ideally, we'd like to find a place that has a lot of little guys. But there's a lot of big guys here, so if we needed to farm L, we could do that here. And the springs don't repeat, but I'm pretty sure the springs are fixed such that a particular zone will always have a spring, but once you use the spring the first time, it's gone. And then you know, so I guess theoretically there's a finite number of springs in the game, but it's probably such a high number that it's inconsequential because of how many different zones there are, because of all the numbers of combinations. And not that they all have springs, but... Oh, I have no MP. Alright, whatever, I'll just wait. Oh, there's my little guy. Here he is. Wait for it. He's coming. And then I'm going to tell them to just recover. And then I'll start hitting him with my water spell. Oh, here comes the lady that we hate. This is going to be tricky. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give myself a Mage's Soul, and then I'm going to switch them back to this and tell them to heal. There he is. Oh, he died. Dang it. Oh, they brought him back. Okay, I'm actually happy about that. Hold. No, stop attacking him, Balmung. You're supposed to be doing recovery. Let me worry about the little tiny man on the ball. Okay, don't hit him. Give me another J. Dang it, he gives me the rat crest. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there's another one. These guys are so annoying. Okay. Come on, Virus Core J. Yes! Okay, we're good. We're good. We're solvent. Okay, we need to get rid of these so we can gate out. Oh my god, they're trying to game over us. Oh my god. I think they both did the same spell at the same time. Don't let her heal. Okay, and now we just have these little losers. Oh, there's another one of these guys. Okay. Well, we can try to get another J while we're here. Might as well. They were too fast. Dang it. It's such a small window. Man, they give us a lot of experience, though. Alright, we'll clear up this treasure, and then we're out of here. So many Raikomaru. It's like one of the most common daggers, I feel like. I feel like we've picked up like 20 of those since we started this journey. We'll grab these melons, I guess, while we're here too. We have like 3 grunties that we can feed? Possibly more? Oh god, no! Dang it. Oh my god. We need to restock Resurrects. These are such a problem. Okay. We're out of here. We're out of here. We did it. Sorry, Draconics. It not theirs. Alright, any... Oh yeah, okay, so let's put the rat crest in. I don't know why we'd ever need more than 3 of those. I guess I should just sell it. And then we'll sell the Raikomaru, just to make space. And then I need to buy some more Resurrects. I probably can't afford a full stack, but I need to buy some more. We're getting a little low. We're getting kind of low on these too, actually. So let me buy a couple of these. Oh, wow. 5,000. Good on antidotes. We like never use those. Restoratives, I guess I should top off because they're so cheap. Okay, resurrect. And I think that's good. Fortune wire's fine. Yeah, we're good on everything else. Okay, let's save again. This will be slot number 3. And we can just say core farming done. Now we can go to the thing. Screaming Wind Sands Fate Castle. One of the most absurd keyword combinations yet. Oh, but we gotta go to Sigma. We don't need to save again. Screaming Windsand's Fate Castle. Well, this one's only level 70. I was thinking it was 73. For some reason. Alright, we got M from the last boss. Some G's. Some H's. Some J's. Here we go. We are now out of stock of G, H, and J, so I'm very worried about how much core farming we're gonna have to do next time around. This is a common thing. But theoretically, we can use the same zone for J and L. Maybe one of those enemies counts as medium and we could get K there, but... Oh, we have a spring. Interesting. Well, I'm willing to do some trial and error since we just saved. What am I carrying? Just the sand? I think I want to try throwing in the sand. Worst case scenario, we get something that doesn't have app corv, and we could just, you know, we have the Blades of Bond and storage if we want. But I'm not throwing in a rare drop. And these are the worst of the two that I'm carrying, so... Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Did you
Come on, Monsoir. Oh, he's level 4. Okay, so this might not work.
just what go
Yeah, he just gives it back. Okay.
till
So we would need Grandpa. Or we would need a level 5, which we now know exists. Now we just have a gold and silver axe that we can't do anything with. Fairy's Orb. Let's see what we're dealing with. Oh, okay, this big boy. These guys are very strong. Oh, not Fairy's Orb. That better be magic tolerance. Okay, good. So, attack. Excuse me. Resurrect. Man, I wish I could sort my items. I can't believe there's not a way. Oh, she's charmed. I'm gonna data drain this guy. Because I was hoping we might get a core L, since we don't have any yet. Try to get ahead of it. Okay. Let's get some buffs going here. I really like how this game does the element system, where you just have one number for the element, and that number going up increases your attack of that element and your defense against that element. It's just really straightforward and clean. So the buffs of having like the wind up and the water up just means that we take less damage from that type of magic, and if we use that magic, it does more. I like the dual purpose nature of it. Oh, sorry, I already put Aptorv on everybody. I don't have Apcorv. Well, I do, actually. If I switch to San. Here comes another big boy. Oh god, we're getting lit up. Okay, go attack it. Oh, they're both charmed. Okay. I thought Balmung was immune. I was wrong.
Body slash!
Can I have a core L, please? Oh, another 2 together. Well, that's worth keeping. I can use that for a trade or throw it in a spring. It's a very good set of daggers. It has a very powerful thunder spell specifically, and that was what I used. I just cured your charm. What are you doing? Stop it. I'm gonna head into the dungeon because these guys are really annoying, and I don't feel motivated to clear this field. I don't want to deplete a bunch of resources before we get to a boss either, because there could be like a proper boss in this dungeon. And not just like a joke data bug like the last one.
Evolution does not always mean progress.
Who is that? Is that Harold? I don't recognize that voice. Evolution does not always mean progress. What is this, Bioshock? Very Bioshock thing to say. Okay, I still have the App Corv weapon on. We'll give that to everybody else. And then we'll switch back to Dragon and Tiger. Ooh, our physical attack is up to 70 now. That's an exciting milestone. It definitely feels like your level matters a lot more than your equipment. Like, if you only used equipment from shops and never, like, got rare drops or traded for anything in this game, you could just level grind and hit max stats. In a fairly consistent way.
Bloody egg.
I guess at a certain point you might, like, hit a little bit of a wall because you might not be able to find levels or fields. You might not be able to find fields and zones that are at or above your level enough that you get experience at a good pace. So maybe you can't power level in this game. Oh my god, the maidens. The worst. I'll actually take sleep over charm, though. Charm is so annoying because you don't notice it. I'm gonna data drain this lady. Airy robes? Now we can drop that. What is deck dough? Isn't deck dough a good one? Give me cores. I want cores. Look at this little gnome. That deck dough. Thank you. Thank you for that. Wake up, losers. We're fighting. I'm mostly data draining them just because they're so annoying. And it ends the battle faster. But I would also like to get some cores. Oh my god. Nice. I'll kill this last one. It would be really fun to play this in such a way where you have, like, the arsenal to play to every single enemy's, like, elemental affinity. Because it is very effective in this game. Do I have any level 1 scrolls? No. Whatever. But it just never seems like it is gonna be... we're never gonna be in a situation where we have access to all of the elemental buffs. And it's like, oh, cool, a dark enemy. Let me just hit the light buff real quick. Oh, cool, earth enemy, let me hit the wood buff. You know, like, we're only gonna have access to, like, 1, maybe 2 of them at a time. And we just have to get lucky. I guess maybe if you had just the right party and just the right equipment, you could try to have, like, 2 on each of them, and then you'd have all the elements covered, because I think there's only 6. There's fire, water, wood, earth, dark, and I'm assuming light is 1, but maybe light isn't even 1. Maybe it's just dark. But then what is dark weak against? Yeah, there's got to be a light. Oh, what am I doing? I'm going in a circle here.
Bloody egg! Bloody egg!
I feel like half the time we find a consumable item, it's an antidote. And then the other half of the time, it's like 1 of 5 items. Yay, not maidens! Oh, I forgot about electricity. Maybe electricity is what's good against dark. Okay, let's redo the buffs. Quiet in here. We're in one of them squishy dungeons that makes the jabu jabu noises when we run around. Oh, and I forgot wind, too. Yeah, there's a ton of elements. That's right, there's the 2 columns. 2 of them are status related, but... So yeah, I think there's like 8 elements then? Or... Well, maybe it is 6. Let's just look. Earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, dark. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Evolution sometimes leads to an undesired vector.
Vector. I feel like this is Harold's voice that we're hearing. This seems like stuff that Harold would say. This sounds like something that an AI-obsessed incel would say. Which we know him to be. Okay, we're losing more buffs. Oh, I did Torv. Whoops. I need Corv. Carrying around extra equipment to have extra spells is really annoying, but it works. It makes our already tiny inventory even tinier. But man, seeing that 70 on the attack is just like... I'm also being very lazy. I could get rid of some of these scrolls, and I'm not doing it. Typically, I hang on to the scrolls... No. That was almost a disaster of button mashing. I almost threw away 82 of something to pick up one something. Oh, these guys suck. Usually I save the scrolls for when we run into something with physical tolerance, but we haven't seen it in a really long time, which is really great. And I'm not complaining about it. These guys have magic tolerance, so we have to use magic that does no damage just to freeze them in place. I'm gonna data drain you. Nah, we can skip that. Stop attacking each other. We're friends. Don't do it. Oh, you're not the one. Oh, wait, that's right. We data drained the other one. You can be the one. Use some skills to freeze them in place. Just barely save Black Rose here. Do another drain. Danger, danger. Phoenix's fire? That's probably a scroll, but just in case. Discarded the devil. Someone should be proud of me for doing that. Okay, attack. And we'll kill this one. Okay. Sheesh. All that for 13 experience points. Torf. It's a weird room. Is this a freestanding core? Yeah. Interesting that we got an A and a B. Those are like the most common ones for us to find. And those would have been the ones that we got way back in Volume 1. I guess that's kind of nice because it's probably pretty tough to go back to an early area to farm them and do so little damage to an enemy that you don't just one-hit KO them to put them in data drain range. So I suppose that's a bit of a blessing in disguise. Those might be a little bit... Or they would... They're probably not more challenging to farm, but they're challenging to farm in a different way than the current spec ones. Hadn't really considered that. Aqua hands. Alright, we'll take those. Those might be good. Goodbye. Lovers. Flame Blast, we are going to continue to throw away. So many Flame Blast. Ocean Gloves. Okay, I'll make room for those too. Let's get rid of the Death. Antidote. Not antidote. That little shimmer sound.
It is arrogant for one to reject change because it is undesirable.
That feels antithetical to the other two things that he has said.
Yeah?
You would think that if he's into this, like, AI, kind of like creating the perfect human mindset, that an undesirable change would be like written out of the program, out of the plan, and that you would be resistant to undesirable change. Like you would view the evolution, the natural progression, as the undesirable change, and rather the plan that you've come up with to make this like ideal persona would have the changes that you see as desirable. So I'm a little confused by that quote. That's a big tree. Woodstock! Its name is Woodstock. That's so funny. It's a data bug, so we have to drain it before we can even do damage. Alright, there's the break. Gotta do it. Nil and Despair. What is that? Let's get rid of... this one. Is that a weapon? It is. Excuse me? Y'all seeing that? This makes my attack negative. What the heck? Minus 50 to both attack stats. What are these skills? Charm, paralyze. What? What on earth? Why does this exist? That's so weird, and it's a rare drop. That's fascinating. There's a lot of possibilities there. It could be worth a lot of money. It could be valuable for trade. It could be like a specific item that a certain NPC wants for a trade. that allows you to get something else, or it could turn into something really amazing if you throw it in a spring. I could see all of those being possibilities. But there's no world where that's like a useful item to actually use. Like, what would even happen if I started attacking something with a negative attack stat? Am I just guaranteed to do 0 damage no matter what I'm hitting? Would I fail to kill any enemy? Virus Core C. I have a feeling we're gonna need these for something, and that's why they're giving them to us. That's a weapon that I have a strong impulse to look up, but I'm gonna resist and refrain. That's a scroll. Oh no. At least there's only 2 of them. But you hit me. Alright. That wasn't too bad. Let's get the buffs back up. Yeah. Black Rose has Torv, and I can do Corv. I really wish I knew what the percentage of increase was for this. That's something I might allow myself to look up. Because if it's like 5%, I can just stop casting it. You know? A lot of fire scrolls here. Yeah. Hey, restorative for once instead of an antidote. How nice. A recovery drink is fantastic. Thank you. That's our current tier potion. Alright, well we have more than 3 floors in this dungeon. Oh, it's another one of these guys, another Woodstock. Time to find out if it has another rare drop. Or maybe we'll get a core this time. Oof, 800 EXP lost. That really sucks. This might be good armor, so I'm gonna take it. I'll get rid of this level 2 spell. Can't remember if we've seen Storm Halberg or not. We can wear most Halbergs. Let's take a look. Physical up, magical down. Some elemental shifting. I would say that's ultimately a net negative. What are the spells? Thunder. Yeah. That could be good for 5, 1, 10, 4, 11. I think he's wearing a Halberg, right? No, he's wearing a Beast. 5, 1, 10, 4, 11. Yeah, not really worth it for him. Yeah, they're both wearing heavy armor, so it's kind of the wrong designation for where they're at. Another Flame Blast to drop on the ground. We've dropped so many items on the ground in this dungeon. I probably should just get rid of some of these spells, because it would have been nice to pick up these other spells instead. They would be better spells to use or to sell. Alright, we got a 4th floor.
Rejection of change is the rejection of possibility.
Okay, so we're embracing change again. It just has to be desirable change. Alright, Fairy's Orb. We have a 5th floor. Wow, this is a big dungeon. Oh boy, my data drain is in jeopardy. We're in the red status. Hopefully we don't see too many more wood stocks. Get these back on. And then switch my weapon back. And my shoes, for that matter. Oh, we already had ocean gloves. I still can't get over these. Minus attack. That's so wild. So wild. Oh yeah, and my shoes. Wait, where are my other shoes? Did I accidentally sell them? Oh no. Or accidentally put them in storage? I hope they're in storage. Oh, well, here's another woodstock. The guy I said we didn't want to see. Please don't take 800 experience from me this time. Another nil in despair. Okay, well now we're really gonna try throwing one of those in a spring since we have 2 to experiment with. And it'll be pretty quick to see if they're valuable for trade. I'm sure that they are. I think anything that has the rare designation is valuable for trade. I don't know if it would be valuable enough to supersede someone's specific desire for a specific item. But we could certainly try it. There's been a number of items that we've found that we'd like to trade for, but the person wants a specific item in trade and doesn't seem to accept anything else. And they're always items that we have no idea what they are. Oof, these rooms coming up have 2 portals each. That's kind of brutal. Maybe I'll try to burn up some scrolls. If I can find something that isn't magic tolerant, I should just start burning up some scrolls. That'll free up resources like potions and stuff too. Oh, it's you. Great. Oh, I can use scrolls on these other guys though. Oh no, wait, they're magic tolerant. Oh my god. Woodstock, please. Okay, and now attack. Don't die, Belmung. You've got too many buffs on to die. I don't want to put them all on you again. Okay, we've been charmed. Oh my god. Okay, that's one. So the other room will probably be this exact same configuration. 2 of these guys and a woodstock. brother. Get out of here. The moon. Ice leg mail. Pretty sure we determined that those are not worth it. No. Yeah, we gotta get rid of some of these scrolls. Because even if we... Like, we're leaving behind a lot of money for the most part. A lot like that equipment piece that we probably wouldn't use is worth a lot more than a stack of scrolls. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Alright, hold on. Just trying to protect break before healing Black Rose. Okay. We went over here. Attack. Restorative. All our buffs ran out. I'm gonna power through. Oh, you dick. Okay, and then attack. Okay. The floor is clear. Let's get the buffs back on here, and we can regen our way up as we make our way back to the downstairs. Surely there's not more than 5 floors in this dungeon, right? Come on. There we go. Okay, and I'll wait on Corv. Another Flame Blast. Too late to start picking them all up now. Oh man, I'm gonna finish my book tonight. I'm so excited. I'm finishing up the first book from the Expanse series. Really enjoying it. There was a bit of whiplash coming directly from the Winter King. Because that writing style of the Winter King is so...
Allow diversity.
Oh, this is the first good take this guy has had the whole time. The writing style of the Winter King is, like, so elevated. And I really, really like the writing style a lot. And then The Expanse is written in more of, like, the action movie bestseller type of writing style, where it's, like, really fast. Like, it reads really, really fast. And at first it made it feel kind of like amateur. Just coming from one to the other. But it's not amateur. It actually... I like it quite a lot. It's just very different. But it reads really, really fast, which is fun, especially with a story like that. Like, it's kind of an action-oriented story. So you wouldn't want the action of the story to be held back by, like, the pacing of the text, I guess. But it still manages to have a lot of, like, really thought-provoking stuff and, like, good use of vocabulary and, like, other narrative and literary devices and whatnot. There was just a bit of a culture shock going from such a different writing style to the other. Oh, thank God it's this guy. Boy, are we happy to see you. Oh, and this is the last portal. Nice, what a capper. Black Rose is asleep. But I've been trying to find the second Expanse book, not brand new, so that I could have it ready to go. But I haven't been able to find it yet. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Part of me wants to just like bite the bullet and buy like the whole set new, and then I'll just have like a second copy of the first book that I can like give to somebody or donate. I'm gonna get rid of these, actually. Which is probably kind of a dumb idea, but... Alright, how much longer have we got to go here? This has got to be the final floor, right? Wait, what? This is the whole map? Okay. I am confused. It doesn't say that this is a boss door. So maybe there isn't a boss? Alright, Twitch, I really need you to give me a snooze here. I haven't used a snooze all day. Why are you not giving me one? I don't understand. Why do they still not have a dedicated button or command for this? I want to finish this dungeon before we raid out, but I don't want there to be an ad that I can't stop happening during a cutscene. Alright, let me get all these buffs back on. Or actually, wait. We're good. We just need the one that Black Rose has. Ah, here we go. Alright, successful snooze. Maybe this is just a cutscene and there's no battle. Ooh, special room. Like they said. Oh. That's unsettling.
Over the Keel Mountains meets an ape with human speech. The ape asks,
Who meets an ape?
what clings to you? Bear it. You cannot. Accept it. You cannot.
So this must be Emma Waylont's voice again. This must be a quote from Epitaph. And I'm assuming that the, like, outfit that doesn't have a body in it at the base of the tree is supposed to represent Emma. Maybe this is like Harold trying to create like a memory of her as like a shrine because he was obsessed with her.
But hidden it is from you. Recite its name.
But it's confusing because it sounds like Helba's voice. Okay, we have Epitaph 04 now. We had to play a lot of Volume 3 to get Epitaph 03. But I think there's actually more than 4, because I think we have a 00. Oh, it's Elk again. What's up, my dude? Let me guess.
I can't find Mia anywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe she stopped playing the game.
There's no way!
Maybe she blocked you because you're so annoying.
Hey, I know! You help us out as well! If Mia is still here, you may be able to find her that way.
Yeah, you're right. Mia likes this type of stuff. Will you let me help?
Yes. We've wanted you in the party for a long time.
It's decided.
And he's gone. Okay. Well, this is going to be our stopping point for the day. I just need to write some things down. And save. Oh, and we've got mail. Okay, so... At the bottom of the dungeon, after hearing some vague quotes from a disembodied voice who we assume to be Harold, about rejecting evolution but embracing change and diversity. This is a hell of a run-on sentence. We find another special room with a Victorian woman's outfit beneath a sunset tree. We hear another excerpt of epitaph read in presumably Emma's voice, and obtain epitaph 04. And then one question to write down for myself. Was this room a shrine of sorts to Emma, created by Harold? And if so, what would that mean for the significance of the previous unique room? The one with the doghouse. The little guy has gotten his wipes off of the changing table, and he's very proud of himself. I can hear him just stomping around and waving them around and making crinkly noises. He knows that they're intentionally placed out of his reach, so he's really, really pogging that he was able to grab them. Oh, I didn't realize I was talking to that person. Okay, time to save. Slot 4, I believe? Yeah, slot 4. And we're just gonna escape the ad break here. I'll just say dungeon complete. Yeah, you pretty proud of yourself? He's like, oh, I better get out of here. He knows. All right, so this is where I leave you for today, folks. Thanks for joining me. I will be back on Tuesday with more Boys Lock. We're going to get our second gym badge and head towards the next town and catch some new Pokemon. We have 2 of our key decisions remaining if you want to claim them via gift subs or Ko-fi. The Chargestone Cave will be the next one happening in the playthrough. I think that's either before or after the fifth gym badge, and we're going for our second. So you've got some time to think that one over or claim it if you have thoughts. The other one is towards the end of the game. That's our Sword of Justice teammate. There's 2 legendaries that we can catch that are legal, which is very rare for a Boys Lock, and you can decide which one goes in our team, because we should use one of them, because they're very powerful. We're going to catch them both, no matter what. We have to catch one to be able to catch the other. Anyways, that's it from me. Let's find somewhere to raid into. Where are we going? Where are we going? Let's see. You ever see someone in your following list and you don't know who it is? It happens sometimes when people change their names. I'll have to investigate that later. Alright, I can't decide, so we're gonna raid Eris. Eris just went live. I'll be hanging out in there and lurking while I do stuff tonight. Eris is playing Symphony of the Night for the first time. We stand Eris around here. Eris is very nice, very sweet human, very supportive to the people around her. Enjoy hanging out in her streams a lot. Derail is the name of the game over there. She's playing the Japanese version of Symphony of the Night, patched into English. And I'm not super familiar with Symphony of the Night, but it's been interesting to see some of the differences. It's a little bit of a different game. It's kind of cool. Anyways, y'all take care. Have a good weekend if it's your weekend. If it's not your weekend, keep pushing. We believe in you. We're getting close to another sub goal, so we should have a Sunday stream sometime after the lady gets back, depending on how she's doing after all the things that she's being put through this week and next. I'll keep you posted, but thank you so much for the support, especially the Ko-fi support. I get great margins on that versus all the other stuff, so thank you very much to those of you that participated. We're gonna go say hi to Eris. I'll see you on Tuesday for Boys Lock and more quarantine on Thursday and Friday next week. Thank you. Bye.